Okay.
Recording in progress.
Good evening. It is February 4th, and it's the meeting of the Louisville City Council. Can we have a roll call?
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson,
Here.
Councilmember Fahey. Here. Mayor Lay,
Here.
Councilmember Cooperman,
Here.
Councilmember Hoffner,
Here.
Councilmember Hamilton,
Here.
Councilmember Kern.
Present.
Please stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance with me, if you would. Approve tonight's agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Next part of the meeting tonight is the public comments on items not on the agenda and items on the consent agenda. Anybody who is present or online can make a public comment of up to 3 minutes on an item not on the agenda or on our consent agenda. You don't have to speak for 3 minutes. You can if you want. If you have somebody in the audience here or online that you have agreed with to pool your time, you can speak to up to 6 minutes. Again, you don't have to speak the entire time. We ask that people be civil to one another, not clap or boo, only because, frankly, it tends to deter people from wanting to participate. We really want wide participation, even though people get excited and enthusiastic. If we could have you hold applause and that kind of thing. And if you want to make public comment, all you need to do is fill out a card and give it to the city clerk at the end of the dais, and she'll call your name. If you're online, you just indicate that or raise your hand, and that ought to be enough signal for us to choose you. So, do we have any public comment on items not on the agenda or on the consent?
Christopher Allred.
By the way, you'll be able to see, I'm not sure I can see it very easily, but you'll be able to see the timer right behind us. So that'll help you pace yourself, I hope. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Hi, my name's Chris Allred. I'm a resident of Longmont, and I work at Rocky Mountain Peace and Justice Center, a nonprofit that's been working around the region for 41 years. And it was founded upon closing down the Rocky Flats plant. For anyone in the community who may not be aware, the Rocky Flats plant is a nuclear bomb plant about halfway between Boulder and Golden, which was shut down in 1989 due to an FBI raid. It was the first federal raid on another federal agency to investigate environmental crimes. And that area, although the bomb plant has been closed, decommissioned, that area remains contaminated from the weapons production that occurred there. And since then, many things have happened. There was a cleanup that was inadequate. It did not address the full scope of the property. It did not address what's now called, well, it did not conduct cleanup operations on what is now called the Rocky Flats National Wildlife Refuge. And although there's been much opposition to this through the years, as you can see documented in one of the papers that I presented tonight, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service opened the land to public recreation in 2018. So I'm here tonight to ask if the council will please pass a resolution opposing recreation at Rocky Flats. And you can see from the paper that I passed around, there is much precedent that continues to build throughout the region for this purpose. And that includes 7 local school districts. Boulder Valley School District was the first of 7 to ban field trips at Rocky Flats. You'll see precedents from our neighboring governments. The town of Superior unanimously opposed the Rocky Mountain Greenway, which is a mountain bike trail proposed to go through Rocky Flats. That's one of the key issues of consideration right now. There are many others. With much more time, we could discuss the Jefferson Parkway, a private toll road proposed to be built on the most contaminated eastern side of Rocky Flats. That's also been opposed by the town of Superior. It's been opposed by Broomfield, who also unanimously withdrew from both the Jefferson Parkway and the Rocky Mountain Greenway in 2020. And I also passed around a letter from Mayor Guyleen Castriata to the Department of Energy asking for air monitoring at Rocky Flats following the Marshall Fire in 2022. So this is all very recent, important information, and this will be going to further study to Boulder County here soon, and we're looking to build more solidarity with the regional local governments. Most recently, you can see that, you'll see on the record of opposition that Westminster City Council voted in September to withdraw from the Rocky Mountain Greenway and not pay any further money into that project. So again, this is a request, if you could please pass a resolution to oppose recreation at Rocky Flats. And I'd be glad to stay in contact. I can follow up over email for any questions and provide a digital copy of that record of opposition so you have all of the documentation that's cited there for your records. And thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much. One of the other things that I didn't mention before is sometimes it's a little off-putting if you haven't spoken here before because we don't respond. And that's because the items are not on the agenda. Doesn't mean we're not listening. Doesn't mean we're not taking notes. We just can't, as you might imagine, talk about some of these things in full right now. They're still important, though, and that's why we have this part of the meeting. Any other comments? Okay. All right, let's, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right. Next, council informational comments and committee reports. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks. Earlier this week, was that yesterday? It's been a long week. The LRC concurred and approved the staff's negotiation for a contract with RVI to go forward with the downtown vision plan sort of planning element. So we had approved that here in this body contingent on the LRC approving it, and they did do that. So we are headed in that direction now. So just wanted to inform you all of that.
And technically, they recommended approval, right? So that I think they can't approve or.
We made it a
contingent on their recommendation.
condition on their approval, and they approved it. So.
Okay. Good. Next, Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. Just a fun reminder that February the 14th is not only Valentine's Day, but is Winter Bike to Work Day. It doesn't mean you have to bike to work. Bike anywhere you want to go, whether that's to one of the morning breakfast stands. There's going to be one along 36th and Sheridan, I think it is, put on by Commuting Solutions. They'll be throughout Denver. I'm not totally sure if there'll be one here in Louisville. There usually is in the winter. But anywhere you can ride your bike that day, assuming the weather is maybe like it was the other day, 65 and sunny, please enjoy that and support kind of cleaning our air for the afternoon. Thanks.
Thanks. Anybody else? Okay. Excuse me. All right. City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, a couple of things. I want to highlight our IT team for their diligence and work to identify a national issue with one of our systems that has now been fixed thanks to their dogged pursuit of the issue. I also want to highlight that we have our Mayor's Community Meeting this Thursday, 6 p.m. at the Recreation and Senior Center. And if you haven't checked it out recently, check out our calendar for all of the many offerings we have. On February 15th, for example, our Louisville Arts Center is doing a presentation of the movie Harriet that is free to the public. Thank you.
Our first item of regular business tonight is ordinance number 1890, series 2021, an ordinance amending certain sections of chapter 3.08 of the Louisville Municipal Code pertaining to the procurement of goods, services, and contracts for public works. This is on for a first reading to set the public hearing for February 18th, 2025. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Next is another first reading, ordinance number 1891, series 2025, an ordinance amending the City of Louisville Fire Hardening Code for structures. First reading to set the public hearing for March 4th, 2025. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second? Do you have any comment on that?
Yes, thank you. If I could comment, it would be helpful for us to have some more detailed information from staff, perhaps working with some stakeholder groups to get their information, a lot of the people who were part of the hardening code and coming to fruition. Also, if there could be more information on the difference in the types of the Class A and Class B materials, what the hazards may be between them, the cost, the availability, and perhaps where the concerns specifically have been coming from whether that's vendors or residents in maybe different parts of the community. And if there would be some mention as to how this might compare to the proposed or the state WUI codes that are going to be coming forth, to see how this would align with that. That would be very helpful to us in a couple of weeks or in a month to make a better decision. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks. Any other comments? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Next is resolution number 4, series 2025, a resolution approving the East Louisville subdivision replat B, including subdivision modifications to replat the 3 existing lots at 824 Lee Avenue. Want to ask for a staff presentation on this.
Before turning over to Emily, this is Emily's first council meeting, Louisville council meeting, so we wanted to welcome her. She's been here about 6 months. Previously worked as a planner for a community in Maryland that is similar to Louisville in a lot of ways. So she's doing a great job, and we welcome her. She's taken on a variety of roles, and I'll turn it over to Emily.
Welcome to the podium.
Thank you. Yes, look forward to being here and presenting to all of you this evening. Unplug the computer. Oh, little technical difficulties. Okay.
We're all good.
Good evening. Again, I'll be presenting the staff presentation This is an application request to consider approval of a subdivision with subdivision modifications to adjust lot lines on the property located at 824 Lee Avenue. To provide a brief summary of the application, this is a lot line adjustment of 3 lots on the subject property and was reviewed through the minor subdivision process. The subject property is located on Lee Avenue, directly south of Miners Field Park, beside the historically landmarked Trot Downer Cabins. Highway 42 is located to the east, Spruce Street is to the south, and Park Street is located between Struce and an alley. The 3 lots on the subject property total 12,063 square feet, and based on zoning standards, the property is large enough for 3 dwelling units. The subject property includes lots 1 through 3 in the East Louisville subdivision, which was platted in 1906. It's located in the Miners Field neighborhood, which is comprised of approximately 26 single-family residential lots with a mix of street and alley access. The zoning for the subject property is RM, or residential medium density. It's also located in the Old Town Overlay District. The existing lots are approximately 18 to 25 feet wide along Lee Avenue and about 175 feet deep. Here's an image of the subject property. To the left is one of the historically landmarked Trot Downer Cabins, and to the right is the alley, which is accessed from Lee Avenue. You can also see alley access from Park Street, which is located at the rear of the subject property. The request today is to re-subdivide the 3 lots that are located on the property. This can also be called a lot line adjustment because the request is not to add additional lots or remove any lots. The request is using the existing land on the property and reconfiguring the lots for better ease of development of single-family homes. Proposed lots 1 and 2 will be facing Lee Avenue, and lot 3 will be behind them. Lots 1 and 2 will both be about 33.9 feet wide and approximately 112 to 125 feet deep. Both lots would have direct alley access. Lot 3 would be approximately 50 feet wide and 70 feet deep and would front the alley with access to Park Street. This slide provides a conceptual configuration of how single-family homes could be placed on each of the lots, along with conceptual exterior renderings and interior floor plans. This concept plan was something requested by staff just to show that the lots are buildable and can comply with our Old Town Overlay and zoning standards. With this subdivision comes 5 subdivision modification requests. The first 3 modification requests are for Title 16, which is our subdivision section of the municipal code, and the last 2 are for Title 17, which is our zoning section of the code. I'm happy to further expand on any of the modification requests, but wanted to focus on request number 5. The RM zone district requires a minimum lot area of 7,000 square feet, but a minimum lot area of 3,500 square feet per dwelling unit. So that request is just to make the minimum lot area and the minimum lot area per dwelling unit the same size, which would essentially allow for 1 dwelling unit per lot. Staff analyzed the requested subdivision against Title 16 and 17 and found that all requirements are met aside from the 5 requested modifications. Most notably, this would not increase the densities beyond the RM standards and does not increase dwelling units beyond what is already permitted on the property. The request is also consistent with the comprehensive plan, the Highway 42 framework plan, and the recently adopted housing plan because it would provide more housing in Louisville. Staff believes that with the subdivision request, smaller homes would be built on the proposed lots and would fit with the character of the neighborhood. Staff reviewed the modification requests under the modification criteria in the municipal code and found that the modification keeps with the intent of Titles 16, 17, and all associated adopted plans. Since the property is permitted for up to 3 dwelling units based on square footage, staff finds the modifications support the development of the additional units. The existing lots are uniquely narrow and are currently not developable lots. Table 1 shows the existing and proposed lot dimensions. You'll see that the proposed lots are wider, less deep, and mostly provide more square footage per lot than the existing layout. Staff found that the proposed lots would be compatible with lot sizes of other properties in the Miners Field neighborhood, as shown in Table 2. In bold are properties that currently do not comply with the Title 16 or RM zoning standards. So with all of this, staff recommends approval of Resolution 4, Series 2025, recommending approval of the East Louisville subdivision replat B and subdivision modifications for 824 Lee Avenue with no conditions. And this concludes the staff presentation, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Well done. Council, questions? Yes. Go ahead, Councilmember Hamilton first.
Thank you, Mayor. Emily, welcome to the team.
Thank you.
Great presentation. I'm curious, with some of these entries being off of the alley and access to 42 was closed down for the two streets there. I don't remember what they are off the top of my head. There's one entry and exit point for all of these houses out of that area. Has the fire department looked at this at all? Do they have any concerns? I understand it was already approved to have 3 houses, right? It's 3 lots, but it's been 1 house up to this point in time. So is there any concern about the additional houses and the traffic for emergency situations?
Yes, our fire marshal district did review the application. They provided no concerns for that access.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Cooperman.
Thanks. All right. Yeah, thank you, Emily, for the presentation. I'll start by following up. All right. I'll start with a follow-up question. Could you remind me, in the future 42 plans for, I guess it's South Street, right, there's going to be an underpass at the end of it with 42. How will that impact ingress and egress to this neighborhood?
That's a good question. I don't have an answer for that at this time.
So, yeah, so if the South Street underpass is constructed, the main access in and out from Highway 42 is going to be Short Street. So that's on the north side of the commercial center. So everything down in the Miners Field neighborhood would have to go up and to Short Street, or they go up and turn left and get onto Main Street. I'm blanking on the name of the next street up after Short.
Griffith or?
Griffith, yeah,
Okay.
thank you. Yeah, or they go up to Griffith, go west, and then get on Main.
Okay, great. A couple other questions. So just to clarify, so right now the lot lines are the same as those, I think, 1906 lines, is that correct?
Currently, yeah, the property has not been re-subdivided since 1906.
Okay. But the building sort of just kind of straddles those kind of, even though they're the lot lines, is that right? The current building?
Yeah, the current building, I think that's common to see in our old town, is I think over time, since the lots are so narrow, they tend to just be grouped together and sold as one bundle.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. Okay, and then a couple other little things in the, I mean, maybe it was up there partially, but in the staff report, there was a table about the current lots and the new lots, and the numbers didn't seem to add up. So like, there's more square footage in the new lots than in the old ones, and I was wondering what's going on there.
Yes. So Short Street, which is that street off of the alley, it used to connect from Spruce Street all the way to the Miners Field Park. The portion basically from the alley to Miners Field Park got dissolved in the 70s. Half of that street got dedicated to the 824 Lee Avenue property, and then the other half got dedicated to the property behind it. So there's about 25 extra feet now than there was in the original plat.
Okay, that's helpful. And then also kind of a clarification. So lot 3, I mean, does it technically front the alley or does it technically front Park Street?
It directly fronts the alley. There is access to Park Street from the lot, but it does directly front the alley.
Okay, so even though Park sort of comes up to the front part of that lot, it's considered to be alley fronted. Okay.
Yes, correct.
And relatedly, there's that stipulation about having access to a street as opposed to an alley. So what lot 1, I guess, right, is on Lee, but it only has vehicular access to the alley. Is that so? Does that still count as having, or how does that count as, or what is that considered? Like, is that?
So I believe possibly this might answer your question. All lots have to have front a street, and typically in the Old Town have access from an alley. So lots 1 and 2, they front Lee Avenue, and they both have access to the alley. It's lot 3 that technically does not front a street. It fronts the alley, but it's close to that Park Street connection, if that helps.
Okay, no, that's good. And then I think just one further question. It seemed like 2 of the modifications are kind of redundant. I don't know if, I mean, it's fine. I guess it's just sort of a technicality. Is there anything more than that to say, or?
Yeah, so one modification is allowing the lot width to be 33.5 feet instead of the 50 feet, and the other ones instead of 60 feet. Those are just, the 50 feet is required by our Title 16 subdivision standards, and then the 60 feet is required in our zoning standards specifically for the RM zone. So it's just a small little tweak, but
Okay. Thanks very much.
thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Go to public comment. Is there anyone who's asked for public comment on this? Okay. Come back to council questions and discussion. Presuming there's no more questions, probably would have asked that, but please, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, generally, I support this. I appreciate staff's work. Welcome, Emily. Yeah, I mean, I think subdividing, a very large, well, depending how you look at it, one very large lot or what used to be smaller lots, but re-subdividing in a way that allows for multiple smaller units is, in my opinion, much better than, one large house being put on that lot. So I think it's fits that neighborhood really well, fits Old Town Louisville really well, and I think it's just an opportunity to do a cool thing. So if everybody benefits from it, that's great, but I'm generally in support of it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Cooperman.
Thanks. I wasn't sure if there would be an applicant presentation, so I actually had
Ask that, Councilmember Cooperman. I don't know whether there is. There is. Okay. I did not mean to shut you out. We're doing this kind of a little bit out of order. Sorry about that.
Hello, good evening. My name is Michael Reese. Sorry for the light switch debacle there earlier. Appreciate the time. Emily, thank you for the time. Congratulations getting to council. One of many successful times, I hope. I'm Michael Reese. I'm part owner of the property 824 Lee. A couple of years, well, we've owned the property for a number of decades, actually, for about 20 years. And the intention has always been to subdivide it in some fashion. And a couple of years ago, I finally got it together to start that process here in town. Learned quite a bit as we developed it. It's sort of like history of 1906 comes to the present. I'm going to use a lot of terms of art that you've already heard. It kind of wraps up to be a sort of gentle infill. Building a couple of houses where at some point could have been 3 houses back in the day. On a lighter note, we've learned that miners field in our research is miners, plural, not apostrophe S, which is documented throughout our historical documents with apostrophe S, so it is miners field. The question about the alley and Park Street was actually a good one. It's come up. If you look at Old Town, the streets continue and the alleys stop. And so theoretically, the Park Street would technically come to the south end of the parcel, and it would be Park Street. But under kind of how it's been platted, it looks like the alley goes through. So it's an odd technicality. We really wanted to make sure we matched the neighborhood. This is just a unique neighborhood. It's one of the last neighborhoods to see any large investment from the private sector. There's been 20 some odd years of public sector investment, from the removal of heavy industry, the redevelopment, the underpass, the work that's gone on Miners Field. We're very cognizant that we own a piece of property next to one of the most historic parcels in the city of Louisville, and we wanted to honor that. Had we kept the lot as is and just rebuilt a new house, it would be rather large, something like you're seeing in Old Town Superior after the fire. Some of those rebuilt houses really are large, and our thoughts were that it would just be out of character with both the neighboring miners' cabins as well as just the existing neighborhood as it sits. We see a very nice pedestrian neighborhood in the community that's just been underinvested in, and we want to, hopefully this will help kind of spur some redevelopment of the rest of the neighborhood. It's about half rentals already. There's not a lot of owners. There's a couple owners own multiple parcels. So yeah, we just are excited about this opportunity. We think it matches. We think it's time for some small infill houses to be available in town, and we really appreciate Emily and the staff's support, and Planning Commission as well, and then Eric Hartrum's here if you have any technical questions, but I can also answer some questions as well, so thank you.
Thanks. Any questions for the applicant?
I'm going to quickly amend a little bit. Again, I really like working with Michael. His vision for this property is great. It's what we need more of in Old Town, in Louisville in general. I think that one thing that we've learned after working at this for 2 years, part of that is on our side, but a lot of that is just city process. I think that the housing plan would suggest that we figure out a way to do smaller homes, and little different design than what they envisioned in the 70s and 80s. And if we could get that codified, that would be very helpful. And if that was more of an administrative action, then I think we could deliver housing a lot quicker than we're able to at the pace of, a subdivision. I mean, this is a full subdivision process. Like, we were doing 100 homes, but it's 3 houses. So anyway, if there's a way to be creative about our approval process in the future, I think it would help us to deliver more of this kind of housing. So, thanks.
Thanks, Eric. Comments from council? Yes. Councilmember Hefner.
I'll just agree with what Eric just said, which is that this is such an illustration of the ways in which our zoning and development codes don't sometimes function in the city's best interest, and I will look forward to revisiting them and taking a harder look at some of these lot width minimums and so on that made this one difficult, as well as the discretionary review process that I apologize that it took 2 years.
Councilmember.
Thank you. First, Emily, welcome. Thank you. Well done. And I agree with Councilmember Hefner. I think it would be great to hear from you, give us some of that feedback, and give our staff some of the feedback on how we can improve the process. It is a shame, I agree, that it took this long for such a wonderful idea to come to fruition. Thank you for being very much in tune with the community and the neighborhood. That's definitely a lot of the feedback we hear from local residents is, please don't make it look like, 3 brand new, out of place houses just showed up, instead of something that looks like it's been there, but it's just brand new and super efficient and fabulous to live in. So thank you for that. Thanks for putting the time as well as the money into what I think is going to be a positive improvement and allowing for a few new houses for people. Thanks.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
I have one question. So I'm curious about the new lot line. So like, why wouldn't we just take that rectangle and chop it into basically 3 rectangles right next to each other?
I'm sure everyone in this table could answer that question, but the rules, and Eric as well, but the rules is, I think we had an early design, but every parcel has to face a public street.
That's the main
So
one.
that middle parcel would not be facing a public street, it would face the alley.
Right. Okay. That's helpful.
Okay, can I get a motion?
I'll move to approve Resolution Number 4, Series 2025, a resolution approving the East Louisville subdivision replat B, including subdivision modifications to replat the 3 existing lots at 824 Lee Avenue.
Second.
The only thing I would add is that the requirements for the subdivision replat and modifications, I think are supported by the staff report. And so I'm going to vote yes on this. Oh, well, let's see, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
It's not a roll call.
Nope, it's just a resolution. Thank you. Good luck. And thanks for contributing to the neighborhood. The next item is a concept plan review. Just quickly, concept plan are pretty new to Louisville, and we are not tonight in a quasi-judicial spot. We're kind of listening to a presentation from the city and then presumably from the applicant as well, and providing some feedback, not just from council, but from the residents, and asking some questions, kind of trying to find what changes need to happen for this kind of thing to occur and what kind of impacts there might be. We're not going to take a vote on it. We're not bound by what we say tonight. Things could change, but it's an opportunity for the applicant to really kind of test drive an idea before it has to kind of go through the full-scale development of their idea before planning and then coming to us. So with that, staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. Matt Post, Senior Planner, Community Development Team. Tonight we'll be considering a concept plan application, otherwise referred to as Summit at Steel Ranch in the application materials. I'll be a bit redundant to the mayor here, but just again as a reminder, concept plan process was adopted by council with the intent of providing an opportunity for an applicant to solicit comments and feedback from the city council and the general public in the early stages of development prior to developing a formal land use application. And so again, council is not required to provide specific feedback on the application, and a consensus or majority vote will not be taken. All comments to the applicant are advisory in nature. Similarly, staff have not performed a full and in-depth review on this proposal, and we have not made a recommendation. We have, however, identified several key issues that the applicant will have to address with a formal land use application. Those key issues are worthy of further discussion this evening. Basic proposal here, again, the plan is referred to as the Summit at Steel Ranch. This is a 5.82 acre parcel located at the southwest corner of Pascal Drive and Highway 42. Current zoning on the property is planned community commercial and residential. Properties in our planned community zone districts, as most councilors are aware, are subject to a general development plan or a GDP. This particular property is subject to the Dakota, with the T, Dakota General Development Plan 7th Amendment. So the proposal this evening would potentially create an 8th amendment to this particular GDP. The site is currently vacant and undeveloped. So we'll start with some history on this site. As some councilors seated tonight and the mayor are aware, there's quite a bit of entitlement history on this particular property. The most recent planned unit development, or PUD, on the site, or that was active for this site rather, was the Foundry PUD, which was approved in 2016. That PUD included entitlements for a mix of uses, both commercial and residential, included 32,000 square feet of commercial, including a market hall, and 32 residential dwelling units. 24 of those units were age restricted to persons 55 and older. That came through as part of the review process. We'll chat about that a little bit further. That was memorialized in a subdivision improvement agreement that went with the property. That amounted to 75% of the total dwelling units on site being age restricted. And not income restricted and age restricted, again, just age restricted, that 55 and older. So the addition of the age restricted housing requirement seems to have come as a result of nearby resident concerns and meetings that the applicant had with those neighbors, and was further supported by a referral from Boulder Valley School District, indicating that some area schools were at or near capacity at the time. Again, this was 2015 and 2016 when this project was under review. Boulder Valley Schools was included as a referral on this particular concept application, and their response is included in your staff packets as attachment B. The school district has indicated that all area schools, K through 12, have substantial capacity to accommodate additional students. Staff at the time of the approval back in 2016 also suggested that the age-restricted housing would provide a greater variety of housing types, as is a goal of the 2013 comprehensive plan. In 2019, the city approved a change to the phasing plan for the development of the site due to a change in commercial market conditions that the applicant presented. A one-year extension to the PUD was also granted at that time. No permits were ever pulled for that PUD, and approval of that PUD lapsed in April of 2020. So there is no current valid PUD on site. Some additional site history here. This is the 7th Amendment of the Dakota General Development Plan. This was approved by City Council in 2022. The GDP as amended now limits the number of permitted residential units on the property to 59, or 10.14 dwelling units per acre, and requires 20,000 square feet of commercial space and limits the height of residential structures to 30 feet, among other dimensional standards. The GDP also includes, importantly, what is referred to as a commercial concurrency requirement, which states that no more than 60% of residential building permits shall be issued prior to or concurrent with 10,000 square feet of commercial core and shell development. And that the remaining 40% of residential permits shall not be issued again without concurrent permits or subsequent permit approval for an additional 10,000 square feet of core and shell commercial development. The concurrency requirement goes further and states that in no case shall a certificate of occupancy be granted until a certificate of completion is granted for all 20,000 square feet of core and shell commercial development on the site. So again, that's specific to this GDP. It's a note on this particular entitlement. As part of the 2022 GDP amendment application, the applicant at the time had requested also to amend the existing Foundry subdivision improvement agreement. If you recall, that's where the age restriction was memorialized. I'm sorry, they didn't want to remove the agreement. They wanted to reduce the amount of units from 24 to 12. So again, 24 was required. They wanted to reduce it to 12. That motion was voted down by council at the time. And so as part of this concept plan proposal, we'll jump into really what the request entails. And a GDP amendment would be required to develop the site, but part of the larger key issues and requests here would be to increase the allowed number of residential units from 59 to 87, raising the density from 10.14 dwelling units per acre to 15 dwelling units per acre. They also request to eliminate the commercial concurrency and commercial land use requirement which would allow the property to be utilized exclusively for residential land uses. They're also requesting to increase the maximum height of residential buildings from 30 feet to 40 feet. Again, that 30-foot height limitation is part of the current GDP. And they're requesting to reduce the minimum residential lot width from 18 feet to 15 feet. So in order to achieve this and develop the site, a general development plan amendment would be required. That would amend the Dakota GDP, current 7th Amendment. That would make it an 8th Amendment. That amendment to the general development plan would function as a rezone of the subject property from planned community commercial residential to planned community residential. The applicant would then be required to go through the final planned unit development process and the final plat process to establish the entitlements that would allow development on the property and further subdivide the property. So applicable regulations and policies, as council is aware, when a formal application is submitted, staff utilize Title 17 and Title 16 of the Municipal Code, which include our zoning and subdivision regulations. We'll look to ensure that the proposal is in line with adopted citywide plans, including the applicable comprehensive plan at the time, our adopted housing plan, and our transportation master plan, among others. It's important to note that as City Council and residents are aware, staff are working to update our comprehensive plan. And based on current timelines of the comp plan project, we anticipate an adoption sometime by the end of the summer. So depending on if a formal application came through, it would be subject to either our 2013 comp plan or the updated comprehensive plan. So into key issues. And so again, staff have not performed an in-depth review or provided a recommendation as it relates to adopted policy or development standards, but we have identified those key issues that the applicant will need to consider and that the City Council should take into account when providing feedback this evening. First key issue is the request for a general development plan amendment. The GDP amendment is a separate land use process from PUD and plat requirements. And of course, the amendment as requested would allow additional residential density, remove the commercial use requirement, and allow for taller residential buildings on the site or residential structures. It's worth noting again that the GDP amendment functions as a rezone of the subject property, which would allow for the exclusively residential use of the property and increased density. The property would go from planned community commercial residential to planned community residential. It's worth noting also that a review of previous staff analysis and planning commission and city council minutes show that staff, the commission, the council, and the general public have generally maintained a desire to retain some commercial element on this site through multiple iterations of entitlements. Additional key issues to include this evening would involve inclusionary housing. Again, as council knows, all market rate housing developments proposed in the city must include affordable dwelling units in an amount equal to 12% of the units proposed on site. Through this concept plan process, the applicant has indicated their intent to pursue a fee in lieu for inclusionary housing as opposed to providing the affordable units on site. The fee in lieu would of course be approved by the City Council at a public hearing during the PUD application process. As has been noted, the applicant is seeking to eliminate the commercial land use and commercial concurrency requirement from the existing GDP, again, to permit an exclusively residential use. Additional considerations would include the Calyx Avenue connection. The Transportation Master Plan, again adopted by City Council in 2019, calls for the connection of Calyx Avenue just south of this property. You can see it highlighted on the graphic on screen. You see the dark yellow or the brighter yellow is the portion of Calyx Avenue that is not currently complete, while that lighter yellow is the section of Calyx Avenue that is currently complete. The transportation plan includes goals and recommendations focused on implementing and maintaining a balanced transportation network in the city. The plan recommends a number of projects that include actions that are intended to improve the transportation network in the city for all modes of transportation by improving access and mobility options. The Calyx Avenue was identified as a project specifically in the TMP, and projects were highlighted as priorities at the time the plan was adopted in 2019. The Calyx connection is intended to close the gaps between Summit View Drive and South Boulder Road along Calyx Avenue with the intent of providing better access to transit stops on South Boulder Road for those in the Steel Ranch and Kestrel neighborhoods. And so staff are presenting this as a key issue on this concept plan application, of course, because of the direct proximity of this particular proposal to Calyx Avenue, and the fact that this was also recently discussed at a concept plan hearing in October, if you recall, for 2101 North Courtesy Road. That property is highlighted in green on this graphic, and I believe, if you recall, you all can correct me, but there was some discussion around just permitting an improvement on 2101 North Courtesy Road that would amount to pedestrian and bicycle traffic only, not a full vehicle punch through in that location. So again, want to be sure the council is aware of that for further discussion and consideration in the event that this property does develop and additional vehicles are on the road in this area. And again, bicycles, pedestrians, what would be accommodated through the Transportation Master Plan. Additional key issue to consider is the increased building height. The applicant has provided some renderings, which again are early in the process, but the GDP limits residential building height to 30 feet. They are requesting an increase in height to 40 feet. And so to recap, that was highlighted key issues. Staff have not performed an in-depth review. We felt that these key issues were the most pertinent to discussions this evening to help the applicant, or inform the applicant rather, in developing a formal land use application. And just as a reminder, the council may provide non-binding advisory feedback to the applicant. The applicant does have a presentation this evening, and with that, happy to answer any questions.
Why don't we get the applicant's presentation, and we'll ask questions of both of you.
Or you can email it to us. Actually, email me.
Short break.
Take a short break. Be back at 6:58. All right, we are back on. And continuing with our concept. All right, can you all hear me in the back? I want to make sure, yeah, because I was a little quiet before. All right. Well, I haven't had anything worth hearing anyway. I'm just, nobody's disagreeing right now. All right. Certainly nobody on council. All right, I think we're ready for the applicant's presentation, so go ahead.
South and also D-Lo. So it's been quite a hiatus actually, and it's good to be in front of you all again this evening. So the developer, Dave Waldner, with Steel Ranch Overlook is also here tonight to listen to your input as we go through the concept plan. As I mentioned, I'm with PCS Group. We're representing the land planning and landscape architectural portion of the project. Representatives from Toll Brothers are also listening in remotely, who's anticipated to be the home builder for the project. I just want to get out there right now that typically we would have met with neighbors before this process, but your feedback will play a really critical role in shaping this plan. We felt it was really necessary to hear what you had to say first. This meeting will directly influence the site's uses and the overall design, and then rather than moving forward prematurely with the neighborhood, with design concepts, we wanted to engage you all early in the process to ensure meaningful collaboration with them. Matt touched on this. I think it's also really worth revisiting. So before we dive into the details of this request, this is just a slide to highlight where we are in the process for folks who are here tonight or watching remotely. We're at the very beginning. And just to be clear for the folks in the audience, this step isn't even required. However, as a design group, we see this as a really valuable opportunity to get feedback from you all to shape this plan. And like I said, with an infill property such as this, typically we would have met with residents well before in advance of coming up here and still plan on it. But very few jurisdictions offer this type of preliminary review. So as a design team, this kind of puts us in somewhat of uncharted territory, and your input tonight will directly input the decisions that we make moving forward. So because of that, we want to be fully transparent with residents, even if they don't agree with the proposal, rather than just prematurely committing to design ideas before we understand your perspective. So we've been working closely with Dave Waldner, who is the developer also behind Steel Ranch, the apartment site, as well as D-Lo. He's developed things also in the Longmont area, all up and down the Colorado Front Range. We've also been working with Toll Brothers. They're a really well-known publicly traded builder. They're mostly known for building higher-end production-style homes. Their architecture always includes high finishes. They have an extreme high level to detail. They work nationwide, so they can draw inspiration from designs from many different states within the country, which we feel like is a really valuable thing. And should this project move forward, we feel like they can deliver a community that the city of Louisville can be proud of. So this is our existing conditions slide, and we're all familiar with where the site is, and as Matt mentioned, it's part of the Dakota GDP. The two biggest amendments that we're proposing are converting the center red square of commercial to a residential use, and then increasing the site's density and then height restrictions. So the driving factor for us behind removing the commercial use in the site's location is its access constraints. This property has long been challenged as a commercial site due to limited access, which is a major reason why it still remains undeveloped. Construction at Steel Ranch, when I was working on that, probably commenced in 2008 or 2009 with Ryland Homes, and the homes flew off the shelf there, yet this builder has not really been able to market this site along with the developer. Also, the planned improvements along Highway 42 really don't include a right-in, right-out into this site for commercial access, which restricts the feasibility for commercial development. And even if that were approved, most commercial tenants want locations at hard corners. They want full movement access, and this site really just doesn't offer that. So these challenges are starting to lead us to explore different options that might better fit the site's constraints. So this is our site plan. There are two main access points from the property. One from Pascal on the north side and another one from Summit View Drive on the south side. Pascal is going to be a right-in, right-out access point. Summit View will hopefully be a full movement access point, but some improvements are going to have to be made to that median along the Summit View Drive existing median. We've intentionally proposed two different styles of attached townhomes, both of which are 3 stories tall, reaching around 40 feet in height. While it sounds kind of concerning at first, it does have its advantages. It provides a good transition and serves as both a visual and sound buffer, particularly that Highway 42 sees around 20,000 vehicular trips per day here. Most of the architecture is either 3 or 4 unit buildings, and they're set back from Colorado Highway 42. The townhomes on the north side are set back 40 feet. The townhomes on the south side are set back 25 feet from the 42 right-of-way. Now, there are a lot of easements along that corridor, but we still plan on having landscape to enhance the aesthetics from it. In the next few slides, I'll begin to show you what some of those conceptual snapshots look like. We've intentionally put a bend in the road in the north site, in that north-south direction, to aid in terminating some view sheds on architecture and then on the amenity space, as opposed to having a straight shot through the community. We plan on incorporating an RTD bus stop in the upper right-hand corner of the site. And let's see, and we also were trying to have good pedestrian permeability and connectivity in the east-west direction from Calyx to Colorado Highway 42 sidewalk. At the heart of the development, we've included a central green space that serves as an extension of Steel Ranch Park. And while the exact amenities are still being determined, we envision elements that foster community interaction, such as seating areas or trellises, grill stations, and other features that just encourage social gatherings. So the project is intentionally designed with a higher density in mind, at just over 15 dwelling units per acre. We see this as a positive, especially in light of the housing shortage identified in the city of Louisville's commissioned housing plan. I think the development aligns with the goals outlined in this report by introducing greater diversity to the housing market. It's an infill site and it represents smart growth and makes efficient use of existing infrastructure. It expands access to more attainable housing options. The attached housing inherently offers more affordability compared to traditional style single-family homes, and the funds generated by this project can further support housing initiatives within the city. For instance, there's true affordable housing right next door off Kestrel with future development potential. Additionally, with the recent passage of House Bill 24 under Polis's administration. This plan supports that TOD development initiative, and by doing so, it enhances the city's eligibility to apply for state development grants, further promoting strategic growth. Now, we understand that the city is revisiting the comprehensive plan, and there have been a few different options put forth for this parcel in the way of opportunity zones. All the options recommended here are between 10 and 20 DU per acre and 20 to 30 DU per acre, and they're all inclusive of 3 stories in height. Some of them call for residential only, while others call for mixed use with some office or retail. The workshop the city hosted pointed to the decline in the population in the city of Louisville, and also showed about 70% of the housing stock here being single family. We're hopeful that this proposal can help mitigate some of these findings. So the population decline was a little surprising to me, given that this is Louisville and the location and desirability of these neighborhoods here. But the school district was a referral agency for this concept plan application, and it showed that none of the schools in Louisville with residents and open enrollment combined have come close to reaching capacity. So hopefully this request will also assist with that current enrollment. All right. Now that I've done my best to justify this request, the slide starts to show an example of what some of the architecture would look like that Toll would be providing on the north side of the site. One of the great features behind these style of townhomes is that every unit is an end or corner unit so that it lets natural light in on 2 sides of the unit. Each unit includes a 2-car garage, and they range from 1,400 to 1,800 square feet. This is an example of the proposed townhomes, and in this particular image, this is a 5-unit building or a 5-plex, but the majority of buildings that we were showing in the site plan are either 3 or 4-unit buildings. Still, I think it shows a decent example of what the diversity of architectural style and materials and overall form could look like. These homes feature a 2-car tandem style garage, allowing for a more compact footprint since they're narrower in width. They range in size from 1,400 to 1,550 square feet. And like the previous example, they're also 3 stories in height and are just under 40 feet. So the next few slides I'm going to show you are just a series of conceptual perspectives that we generated from the site plan and extrapolated them in 3 dimensions. This particular view highlights the central amenity corridor with the shade shelter in the foreground. This space is designed to be a focal point of the community, basically encouraging engagement and social interaction. Like I said, I don't really know yet what the true amenities are going to be, but right now we envision things like grills and seating areas, beanbag toss, and other elements that just bring residents together. We've extended the pedestrian paving pattern within the streetscape to make vehicles more aware of the space as they're crossing, and it also adds an element of urbanism and design. So this slide highlights one of the common landscape muses that runs in an east-west direction. And as you can see, it provides a great space for residents to either gather, socialize, and enjoy outdoor activities. The orientations of the buildings with front architecture facing front architecture create this space and foster that sense of community in the development. This slide shows you a view of what the community would look like when entering from Pascal. It depicts the internal streetscape and the overall character of the development. And while the buildings are 3 stories tall, they still have that element of pedestrian scale. And because we've bent the road within the community, there's architecture that kind of terminates at that end road. This is just another view of that central amenity looking in the western direction, so you have a better sense of scale. And just kind of providing that open space kind of shows how we can incorporate that beanbag toss in there with some grills and seat walls and things like that. This is a view taken from Summit View Drive and Highway 42, showing how the design would look from the public right-of-way. It also begins to show that 25-foot setback from that public right-of-way. This view was taken from 42 and Pascal Drive, showing the fourplex units on the north side, and this is them set back around 40 feet. And what that landscape buffer could look like. It just provides perspective on how the development begins to integrate with the surroundings while maintaining some kind of transition from 42. So that is my presentation. And with that, I really do thank you for your time and your future input here. And with that, we're ready to take notes and try to answer any questions and hear from the general public. So I do appreciate it.
Before we take public comment, do we have any questions for either staff or the applicant right now? Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
My questions are for staff. And I'll start, they're regarding building height and density. So for the building height, can you give me an idea? Is there another place in town where I can like conceptualize what 40 feet is? And I'm going to take it one step further and say, in comparison to like a single story home next to it, can you help me imagine what that would look like?
I think we can start with single-family homes. If we consider some of the Marshall Fire rebuild area, a large number of those homes are built at a 35-foot height limit or very close. As far as the 40-foot height limitations are concerned, I'd have to review some approval documents, but I believe the DLO townhomes would be close or between 35 and 40 feet tall. Our mixed-use zone district, 35-foot limitations in the mixed use or 40? Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I think that could be a good example. We could look up and see what the height is, but I also think Clementine subdivision, which is off of East Street, they all had height waivers. They're getting up around the 40-foot. They have some kind of 3-story elements. So I think that's the most similar product I can think of is Clementine Commons, if you're familiar where that is.
And there's some single-family homes to the north of that, right?
I would say there's single family on the other side of the railroad tracks.
Okay.
And then there are more townhomes immediately to the north. And then there used to be some homes north of that, but now that's a new development. Also with about 40-foot row homes being built in that development as well.
Okay, that's helpful. And then regarding density, is there an area of town, again, where you can help me conceptualize the 15 dwelling units per acre? And is there one where you can compare it to a 10 dwelling units per acre?
So I actually have a slide that I can pull up that shows densities in the area, if that would be helpful. But again, the DLO townhomes, I think, are right at the 15 dwelling units per acre right now. Kestrel apartments, for example, those are just over 20. That would be the closest, I think, from a reference perspective. But I would say that DLO right now, those townhomes at DLO would be probably the most similar from a density perspective that you could relate to.
Okay. What's the height of Kestrel? Is that approaching 40?
It may be. I think I'd have to take a look at it again. But I don't think we have much in the city that is in excess of 40.
Okay.
The apartment buildings there?
Yeah. I don't know, but we can look it up and find what they were approved at.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to get a general idea of what 40 feet feels like and what 15 dwelling units per acre feels like. The surrounding area, do you have a general idea of what that density is? Some of those lots are pretty small.
I think that slide,
Yeah.
you could.
I actually have a graphic I can pull up.
Okay, can you pull it back up? Yeah. I'm a visual learner.
I was anticipating that. So this is actually a graphic that was from a previous staff report from I believe 2019 or 2020 on the site that shows dwelling units per acre at the moment. As you can see, Kestrel is at 24.2. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
So Kestrel has a, one of the buildings is 39 feet, one's 38 feet. So the tallest buildings in Kestrel are close to 40 feet, 38 and 39 feet.
Okay. Okay, and then looking at this, can you help orient me? I think I see the lot where the motorhomes are parked, and we're looking just to the north and right of, okay.
Is that light spot right there the big pile of dirt?
Yes.
Yep, we know what that is.
So if I'm looking at this correctly, going to 15 dwelling units per acre would be not quite 3 times the density of the community to the left, to the, what is that, to the west?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
And I would also just highlight too the different housing types. Single family in that area, single story, right? Compared to a townhome or an attached product that would be proposed with this concept plan.
Okay, thank you both. That's very helpful.
Can I, let me ask a question that is kind of related to that. On Griffith, I think the Delo borders Griffith to the south, is that right? How tall or what's the height of those buildings? Those are right next to Griffith. They're right across the street from single-story buildings.
Yeah. I think it's another one I could probably take a look at all those real quick if we want to continue with other questions. Just get those answers.
Here's the question. My recollection is those step down from the middle of of Delo. This one kind of steps up, I think.
I'd have to take a look at the documents there, Mayor.
I think they're pretty tall right off the bat at Griffith. They're the full height.
Yeah. Okay.
Just some further information as I looked at Kestrel, the senior building is 48, 49 feet because it has some tuck-in parking, and then it's a full 3 stories on top of that. So that the senior building is quite tall at 48, 49, but the rest of the homes in Kestrel are 38, 39 feet.
Go ahead, Councilmember Cooper.
This is a little follow-up as well. Can you tell us about the heights of the single-family homes in the adjacent property? And I would also be curious about the couple of commercial buildings just to the south.
Yeah, I think, again, I'd have to take a look, but I mean, obviously those homes directly adjacent are all single story. So, I mean, they're likely not in excess of 20 feet, even though there are gabled roof forms. And I think we can take a look at some of the commercial to the south.
Yeah, sorry, and I'm trying to keep up. I'll keep feeding you the information. The Delo townhomes that are just south of Little Italy are 33 feet. 8 inches is what it's showing on the plans. So they're less than the 40 feet. And then what was, Councilmember Cooperman, what was the other request? Of this site, okay. I'll look that up next.
While he's looking for that, I do really appreciate staff and what they have to do in this kind of a proceeding because they haven't developed a whole presentation and they're having to go through a lot of documents. I'm surprised that they've been able to come up with the information that they have, so quickly, but appreciate that.
For the developer, I was wondering if you have a ballpark estimate of, seems like the units are pretty similar to each other, a ballpark estimate of the end price of each of the different types of units. And I realize it's market driven. You can't know that answer, but I'm sure you have not done all this work without a guess.
Hi, my name's Dave Waldner, and in terms of pricing, I think our intent, our goal, what we're trying to provide here is what we would call attainable housing. And in your housing plan, it's all over it that is the missing component in Louisville housing. And so the way to bring attainable housing, which I would just define as lower than median home prices, is through density and smaller units. And so that's our goal here.
Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, just sort of a process question, which is, and we're all sort of new to the sketch plan process. This one feels quite developed in terms of layout and the type of product being offered and site plan and so on. Can you give us a sense of sort of flexibility? Where are you going from here? How fixed is sort of what we've seen today, and how much is that just sort of a first cut at what you might do?
Well, I think we've proposed this plan because we think it's a really good plan that meets the city's goals of increased density along a RTD corridor with a bus stop right there. And so we would love to proceed with what you're looking at. Now, we understand from a lot of experience that we're going to have to make some adjustments, and we're listening for feedback.
Great. And then can you, I know there was a mention of sort of the community input process and stakeholder input. Can you just give us a sense of what that looks like in sort of the near and medium term?
Well, we'll set up a community meeting after we're done here and see which direction we're going.
Oh, and it's a single meeting who you're going to invite? Just sort of give us a flavor for what you're planning to do.
Well, we'll plan on one meeting to get started, and we'll invite the entire Steel Ranch community and see where it all goes.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Councilmember Kern?
So just to expand on the neighborhood input thing, typically when we are dealing with infill sites like this, we start with the HOAs. So we meet with the managing directors or the people that sit on the HOAs, and we present in front of them. And we get their first initial take, and then once we do that, then we'll have like either an open house or a virtual meeting. It just depends on how much interest is generated. Sometimes open houses in person can be really, really effective, or sometimes they can be really, really emotional and not effective. So we really start to begin to gauge that from our initial stuff with the HOAs. And because this is an infill site, a lot of people are going to be noticed. So it'll be really interesting to see, one, which HOAs are on that notice, and then when we meet with them, which constituencies really have a dog in the fight. I wanted to also preface to this portion of it. You're asking really, really pertinent questions. How fixed is this plan? Can this thing be flexible? Obviously, the answer is yes. This is our initial take at something that not only Toll Brothers, but the developer can get behind, and we felt like we were trying to meet some of the city's new goals. This site has been around for the last decade and a half, almost 2 decades. So, a lot of things have changed in the city. A lot of priorities have changed in the city. And, it's building has changed, affordability has changed. It's just been a moving target. So hopefully, as we get feedback from you, we'll be able to respond accordingly internally and then to the neighborhood. So for instance, as an example, if you all were like, actually, we need 20 to 30 DU because that's what the comp plan is calling for, then we would have to go back to the drawing board because we're not even coming close to that. Conversely, if you were like, we don't want any residential here, we're hell-bent on commercial, also need to go back to the drawing board. So that's more the kind of response that we're trying to elicit from you all, because clearly Matt put it all out there as to what the request was.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I'll just say, the reason I ask is because I think we're about to get a good round of community comments here. And so I just want to have some visibility into sort of where does the process go from here, because I'm sure we're about to hear some, and then you're going to be hearing more and more after that. And again, recognizing the sketch plan process is very new to all of us and something we're all sort of working out as we go. I think we've all sort of long emphasized the goal of being collaborative with neighbors and being good neighbors and making sure we're out there talking to folks and getting input. And it sounds like that's clearly part of your plan. I don't want to suggest it's not.
It is. And like I said, just to reiterate, we come forth prematurely with this plan to the neighborhood, and then we'll just use the first example and come here, and council feels like housing is imperative, and our comp plan is showing pretty much 20 to 30 DU per acre in all these different opportunity zones, and you're coming in at half that, then we have to moonwalk and backtrack with the neighborhood. And I just think that, once again, as a design team, we were like, look, let's just try to clarify this up front and see what the sentiment is before we go down that road.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this to us. Full disclosure, honestly, I understand why you came to us first to just find out the core things. Is this even something that we would like you to do? I am really one of the people who's super big on community engagement. Louisville is all of our community, not just the 7 of us. And a project like this will so intensely impact the people who live around this empty space that part of what I decide as a council member is based on the comments I hear from the people who are going to be most greatly impacted by this development. So that's just as a feedback piece for you to understand. Like, I'm looking at this and I'm saying, I wonder, would they be willing to align the open space, not with the open space in Steel Ranch, but instead the open space is aligned where the houses are, right? So the buildings are clustered where the open space is. So the people who are already in these homes, right, they don't feel like there's big buildings next to them, but they feel like that open space is still to the east of them. Those are the kind of things that run through my mind when I look at this. And when so I like knowing that you're open to maybe some aggressive design change, layout change, but personally, I like the concept of this density because of some of the restrictions that we have with transportation access and vehicular access. I like that there's garages with the project. I mean, to get into the nitty-gritty, I like the fact that there's garages so people won't need as much on-street parking. I like that people can charge their, e-bikes and their cars in there, so that's really, I think, beneficial. I like having covered RTD. But my question is specifically about this Calyx Avenue that staff brought up. And it seems to me that that is going to be a critical connection to prevent a bottleneck of traffic through Steel Ranch and how that development already moves and flows. And I wondered if there was any conversation working with our team in how to help us maybe facilitate that.
So just so I'm going to address this clearly, I assume that we're talking about the future connection that goes south, right? So, two things. First off, whatever you say up here is non-binding. So come forth with your design ideas. That's okay. The other thing is the neighborhood input stuff. I totally get it. Delo was a monster to get through. That had a ton of neighborhood input and a lot of stakeholders. Whew. So we're buckling up for all of that. That's a future transportation thing that was back in the Troy Rust days when I was here. Like, I'm pretty darn sure he was the one that was the brainchild behind that implemented that connectivity to go in that north-south direction to not impede flows. If you're asking, would an off-site improvement be pending per this development to bring that road through? I think that would just be a development agreement thing that the developer and the city would work through if the neighborhood didn't come unglued before that, if I'm gonna be candid.
Yeah, and I mean, because, you know, we have another proposal that's going to impact that area, and I can imagine, I mean, I'm speaking out of turn maybe, but a lot of these residents are now saying, whoa, 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 like all of this new like density is going to be right around us, and how does that affect our flow? And we heard the last plan and it sounded really interesting. I like the density levels in this, to be honest. I think that you're right on par. I like the fact that we're providing attainable housing. I will be frank, I personally have a concern with the 12% inclusionary and that not being part of your proposal with a dense type of housing. I think that I see the challenges, but Toll Brothers is kind of awesome in my opinion, and I think that they can rise to that if they choose to. So that's kind of a push for me, and a little bit is this is the kind of opportunity, especially based on where it is, to make sure that we have less expensive, not just, like, let a majority be attainable. But even if you had a way to find, you know, like squeeze it in, I'm just like putting that out there. I think that the fee in lieu defeats the purpose of in having those blended communities and neighborhoods, if that makes sense.
It does, and this is a philosophical discussion between you all and the HBA and the builder community, meaning, is it more effective and pertinent to include 12% of these homes at 80% AMI and have the other homes subsidize that and have them sell for a higher rate in order for that, whatever, 15 homes to sell at the 80% AMI? Or does it make more sense to take the dollars and invest it in what is truly attainable housing to the south? And unfortunately, I that is not for this, but that is truly the crux of what we're talking about here.
Okay. Do we have any other questions from council? Yeah.
During your presentation, you were talking about the viability of commercial on the site. And I was just curious, like, so at the moment, I guess the way that it's arranged, the commercial is supposed to be kind of in the center, and you pointed out why that's difficult. I was wondering, you know, if you did a little bit of commercial at the southeast corner across from the eye clinic, you know, would that make any notable difference?
Let me say something about this. we've been trying to develop commercial on this parcel for about 16 years. And I've made every possible attempt to do that. And, you know, I think that a big part of the comp plan that's being, you know, going to be approved at the end of the summer, it points out that all the commercial along 95th north of Christopher Village is not an appropriate place for commercial, that the idea is to provide density to support the commercial there at Christopher Village, basically. And I think that the market has proven that point. There's just no demand for it. You can look at Kestrel has 2 commercial lots. They're never going to develop commercial. The whole thing, Indian Peaks to the north of us, they've been trying to develop commercial there for 15 years. So that's...
Okay, that's fine. I had another question. Where did it go? Oh, yeah. So as you know, right, in our code, we have a set of justifications for doing a rezoning. And I think there are 4 sort of possible justifications that we can use to rezone a property. And I'm curious, from your point of view, how do you see one or more of those sort of fitting into the rezoning that you would like as presented today?
I don't have a great answer for that. Do you guys want to chime in?
Yeah, I think it's worth mentioning, Councilor Cooperman, I did mention the rezone process multiple times. I think previous entitlements and staff reports in the planned community districts, when a GDP amendment is proposed, it has also included a rezone. I think technically, and in conversations with Director Zucchero, a rezone wouldn't necessarily be required because it's actually already zoned planned community. I think we call it functionally a rezone because it's still done via ordinance and it alters the land use character or the land use entitlements on the property. So I just want to be clear about that.
It's a general development plan amendment rather than, we don't use that rezoning criteria. We look at the general development plan approval criteria instead.
And I'll just put a little more flavor on that. Again, previous staff reports, I think, had previously mentioned rezone requirements from community residential to community commercial. I think the takeaway now that we've discussed from just an interpretation of the ordinance is it's a GDP amendment. It remains planned community, the PCZ zone district, but obviously the GDP allows a variety of uses. So just to be clear.
And I wanted to go back just a little bit because there were some comments about inclusionary housing. I know that's another agenda item, but we hear this a lot about having to increase the cost of housing within a development to pay for inclusionary housing. When we adopted our inclusionary housing ordinance, we researched that quite a bit, and there's a fair amount of research that in strong housing markets, that the product has to compete in the market. So they can't increase the cost and then sell those houses. They're competing in the market. There's market forces that help stabilize that, I guess, for a lack of a better term, that should get adjusted in the land price or the design decisions so that they are in the competitive market. This is just some of the research we had. So I don't want there to be a full assumption that every time we do inclusionary housing, that all the market rate housing has to automatically be increased in order to pay for that. Over time, it should get absorbed into the market rate housing prices.
Yep, go ahead.
I said, I guess, 2 questions for staff. One sort of a follow-up. So I'm curious, there's sort of a bunch of modifications that would be necessary to realize this plan. And so some of them would go through the GDP amendment process. Could or would others potentially just be waivers? I don't know, or how would you see that sort of the balance? like that, we've given height waivers before, for instance, so would that be typically part of the amendment, or might it be a waiver, or?
I think if,
Yeah, so the GDP, it gets a little complicated with GDPs. We actually have a section of the GDP code that says that you can't modify the allowed height from the underlying zoning with the GDP, but this might be a concurrent application for GDP and PUD, in which case the waivers would be done through the PUD process. So it could be done in separate processes from a GDP amendment, or it could be a concurrent approval.
Okay. And then one other question was, so as I understand, this parcel is in a metro district. And so when I don't know, like so if let's say this went ahead and we built new housing there, how does that interface with the financing and so forth for the metro district? Is that a?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know if the applicant wants to weigh in on that.
Shot at it. Because it's included in a metro district, they would just, add more revenue to the district to pay off the bonds. So it's just would be treated like any other house in Steel Ranch.
And so for existing homes in the district, would those new homes sort of help to offset what they're maybe paying towards the metro district, or?
Well, it doesn't offset it, it just contributes to paying the bonds back completely. So it would accelerate
the
timeline.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions. One for staff. Is how, if you can tell us, how does HB 24 affect this property, or how would it be likely to affect this property, if at all?
I can try. Are you referring to the sort of mandatory density on transit corridors, Bill 1113?
Yeah.
This is outside of the quarter mile from South Boulder Road is the buffer, so it's outside of it, but yeah.
So the answer is?
Yeah, I would say, though, that there's some ability to transfer densities outside of that corridor to meet your obligation. It doesn't have to be within the corridor boundary. We're still trying to understand that flexibility on that.
Okay, thanks. And I guess the other question is really for the developer, probably. I mean, this, I have been on council since we went through all of this, and gradually the amount of commercial has shrunk for reasons that you've described. But I just want to make sure, sometimes there are conditions that are go, no go for the developer. And here, I guess I'm wondering if the council were interested in maintaining some commercial on here, would that be a no-go? Or is that likely to kill a project like
It's
this?
likely to kill it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to know. That's
that's
partly why we're here.
That's the reality. That's why nothing's gotten developed there.
I get it. All right. Let's take some public comment. I think there probably is some public comment tonight. Again, 3 minutes or 6 if you want to pool your time. Don't have to speak for that amount of time, but you can. And let's go.
First up is Gary Larson, and Phil Roth has given his 3 minutes, so Mr. Larson will have 6 minutes.
Excuse me. Hi, my name is Gary Larson. I live in 2189 Park Lane. I'm in one of those patio homes that is on the south side of Steel Ranch Park. It was one of the best investments my wife and I have ever made. When you downsize, you don't need to be going upstairs all day, so we live on the main floor. I was under the impression that I was going to have an overhead to work with, so I came prepared with a bunch of slides to show you on the overhead. Won't happen. Instead, you had asked about some pictures of what the views are like. I've got views here.
We need you to speak to the microphone, and they can hear you at home.
I've got pictures here of what it looks like now from Highway 95. You can pass that on to the council. The way it looks now, it is the number 2 view in the city of Louisville. You're looking directly at the Rocky Mountains, the Flatirons. Only thing that beats it is, don't have that note with me, Davidson Mesa. That's the only view that beats it. And what I've done is on those photos, I've done my own photographic work to show what it would look like, a rendering of having 40-foot high buildings right along the highway there. It would kill the view, and it is the entrance to the north part of Louisville. We've got our sign there that says elevation 5338 and a nice welcome to Louisville. Since I don't have overheads to show you, I've asked Matt if he could pull up a couple. So I'll start talking while Matt helps me. First of all, a little background. In the 12 years that we've lived at Steel Ranch, I've been involved in all 4 of the developments after the original one was the Performing Arts Center. I've been involved in coordinating community input and critique of all of those 4 developments that have come and gone. 2 of them made it, 2 of them weren't approved. The 2 that made it never took off for reasons that we don't fully know. I think Dave thinks it's commercial. I don't know that that's it. Because frankly, I think as you're seeing some of these photos here, I think that the commercial that exists up at Forest Park Plaza in Lafayette at 95th and Arapahoe is a wonderful place. You go there most times during the summer, and you can't find a place to park. You have to park out on the street. And that's all, I think that's like 7 shops and 5 restaurants roughly. One of the restaurants is under change in ownership. So that is to be seen what happens there. So what I'd like to do though, is I went through the South Boulder Road Small Area Plan to take advantage of all the hard work that was done years ago by City Council as well as all the planning. And so I'd like to just pull out some quotes from that plan. Page, let's see, where's my clock? Okay. Oh, okay, all right, I lost time.
I apologize. You have 2 minutes and 26 seconds.
Oh, all right. Page 1 in the small area plan, small Boulder roads, South Boulder Road Small Area Plan intended to define blah, blah. Page 8, the 2013 Comprehensive Plan Update divided the city into 3 character zones and 5 development types. Corridors, which we are, urban corridor, are for more specialized uses along major roads and neighborhoods and for residential development. The lot is considered as an urban corridor at the northern entrance to the city, west of Highway 42. Page 13, survey was sent out. Respondents indicated a preference for more senior and affordable housing, but not much residential housing otherwise. Respondents also wanted more restaurants and community shops, public gathering spaces, and shared workspaces and mixed-use environments. I did a survey of my own of the 3 different developments that we have there. We have phase 1 of the patio homes, that's 38 patio homes. Phase 2 is 30 patio homes, and the Lanterns duplexes are 24 homes. So that's a total of 92 homes. By far, everybody was in favor of commercial, i.e. restaurants, shops, coffee shops, the vision of a family driving to that spot and not having, and being able to park and then walk around, visit the shops, and maybe dad and the kids go out and play Frisbee in Steel Ranch Park, and then they go back and meet at the shops with a patio looking right out at the mountains without that obstructed view. If we have a concrete jungle there of 40-foot high buildings, you're going to lose all that ambiance. That view is gone, not for us because we can still see it, well, kind of see it, but the highway is actually up higher. So we should take advantage of that view to showcase Louisville. let's not cover it up with something that looks like downtown New York City or Chicago. I mean, and you saw the rendering I did there. You can argue, and I would argue, that it's not accurate, but I threw two of those buildings on there showing what 40-foot-high buildings would look like instead of the view. I don't think that's what we want for Louisville. And I think that the small area plan that we did showed that. Matt, how do I get this up?
Mr. Larson, I apologize. Your 6 minutes is up.
Okay. Thank you for your 6 minutes. Exactly.
Next up, we have Dave Ireland.
Hi, I'm Dave Ireland. I moved to Louisville in '81. We were the second family to move into the Steel Ranch subdivision. And we live the second house in on the north side of Steel Ranch Park. So we'd be within about 50 feet of the proposed development. I'm not against development. And in fact, when the foundry development was being discussed, as Gary said, I think the entire subdivision was in favor of it. And I came along to the council and spoke on their behalf. We really look forward to seeing that mix of commercial and residential. I think it'd be a terrible shame if we gave up on the commercial side of it. When I went along to the meetings on the comprehensive plan at the rec center, I heard that we were losing retail dollars to the surrounding entities. I would hate it if, as a city, we gave up on retail dollars and said, let's just stick houses on it and be done with it. So I'd really encourage us to not give up on the commercial side of it and put in the kind of mix of residential and commercial that we saw with the foundry plan. Thanks.
Next up is Usha Berry.
I'm Usha Berry. I own the home in Lanterns that's immediately across Calyx from the lot in question. In other words, the property just immediately west and on the south end. I actually have no opinion about removing the existing requirement for commercial space versus residential space, although I know my neighbors back here have some strong feelings on it. I can see pros and cons both ways. At this point, all I really want to say is I have an opinion on the height. I don't approve of the height increase from 40 foot to 30 foot. It does not fit in with the immediately adjacent homes, which are all, every single one of them, a paired patio or patio home that's only 1 story. Doesn't fit with the character of the neighborhood. In response to the applicant's claim of one potential benefit of the 40-foot height is as a sound buffer from 95th Street or Courtesy Street. Well, having lived there now 10 years, I can say we are not bothered by the sound. Never in 10 years has it bothered me. Basically, 40-foot buildings would really be just looming behemoths that, especially because, as Councilperson Kern mentioned, the proposed green spaces are inside the development and along 95th and not along Calyx. And so for us, it's just going to be these giant things right above us. And for me, that's an absolute no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mark Cathcart.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Mark Cathcart. I live in the North End neighbourhood. I'd just like to say to Councillor Hamilton, the 6-plex townhomes next to me are 38.5 feet. Their garages are higher than my house. So, you know, as I've said in many meetings with the council, it's all about context. I'm actually not against the height of these buildings. I'm not against the density of these buildings. In general, I would approve of this. I understand you've got the eye of a needle to thread in terms of feedback, but I am sorely disappointed over the lack of community investment by the current plan. In 2006, when the then council on the dais approved the North End development, There is no park. There are no swings. There is no slide. There is nowhere for community development. For the developer to suggest that they build whatever it was, 89 or 90 homes with some cornholes, give me a break. We on the north side of town listen to you, and the city parks and open space spend thousands on developing, on redeveloping parks, yet we don't have a single swing. There's not a swing, and now you're going to consider letting a developer build another one without any swings, without any park. I don't have little kids. Parks are great for communities. They enable people to meet. They're a great location. We are short of third spaces here in Louisville. I've said before, there is nowhere for the teenagers to go. The rec centre closes too early. They provide no meeting spaces. Don't accept the developer's pushback that he can't put a park in this. And at the same time, we're told that Toll Brothers do upscale, high-end finishes. They want to do the affordable housing off-site. I don't know. Seems to me I'm disappointed about the lack of commercial, but hey-ho. But you cannot allow them to do nothing for the community, right? Pack houses in and not do any affordable. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark. Okay. Any other public comment? Come on in. Have you filled out a card?
No, I didn't know I had to.
Pardon me? Go ahead. Just identify yourself.
Yeah, my name is Mike Melillo, and I live on Park Lane. And I had a couple observations I wanted to share with the council based on the concept plan that was presented by the applicant. And the first one was, there was only one picture of the garage, and it looked to me like it did not have a driveway, that it just had an apron up to the garage. I lived in a townhome community in Littleton, and you can expect some, or maybe most people, to use garages for storage. So you'll see that there won't be parking on a driveway, there'll be parking on the roads. And I didn't see enough places where there was parking within the development area. Right now, we use Calyx as visitor parking because Park Lane does not have any adequate parking for visitors. So with the addition of that many townhomes, and you can at least double the number of cars that would present, like 160, there's going to be an overcapacity of cars, I believe. The second observation that I had was it didn't show any dogs in the community area. And right now, there are a lot of dogs you can expect to come with that many residents. And right now, we do not have adequate waste disposal in the park, the Steel Park Ranch area. So I would expect to see a lot more involvement or development within how to handle pet ownership within the development community. And then, as far as high density and affordable housing, I would wonder what that would do to property values within our current community. I would be concerned that it would reduce it rather than increase it. But that remains to be seen, like was said, in the market. So thank you.
Thanks. It's good to have somebody speaking for the dogs. That is an issue. Any other comments?
I have to Mark.
There's one in the back, too.
Oh, thank you. I just had a quick comment because I agree with a lot of things that have already been said regarding commercial concurrency and affordability. Just as a question for the developer, if they come back again, it would be really cool to see if you have any great or creative ideas about sustainability, such as community compost, community recycling, I don't know if I missed it, but electric car charging, bicycle parking, and dark skies, energy conservation. I think that there's a real appetite in Louisville, as they said it from the comprehensive plan meeting, for sustainable development. Thanks for considering that.
Thanks, Tamara.
Andy Johnson, Louisville resident, also business owner. I do want to just kind of circle the wagons a little bit. This is a concept plan. This is a great opportunity to guide the developer into what we would like to see rather than criticize what we do see. We're really only talking about numbers. We're talking about heights, density. We're not really talking about a design. However, unfortunately, they did put themselves out there a little bit with a site plan, with concepts of buildings that potentially could be there, maybe. And I think that it does leave a little bit left to be desired. I think as we have talked about in the comp plan discussions, we're not just trying to build as many homes as we can. We're trying to enhance our community. And so this is about, like we've talked about, building a neighborhood. Whether it's commercial or not, I'm not really sure how important that is for this part of town. We kind of sold the ranch, so to speak, actually quite literally when this development happened. It is suburban, and it really doesn't lend itself to a successful commercial environment. It just doesn't. We talk about commercial as being so important for these new developments and this kind of new urbanist idea, but we don't really look at the context and how bifurcated we are with our streets and highways, where it's really hard for us to connect. And so this is going to have a very small rooftop area to support commercial. So I hope we can kind of either let that go or you know, they can encourage to look at that on their own. I think that the numbers that are being talked about with the height limits are very appropriate. I think the densities are very appropriate. I think with a project that is 50 or less, I think they'd have a more difficult time making inclusionary housing happen. I think with the numbers that they are talking about, I think that there are opportunities. In fact, I think that there's an increased density opportunity. I think that a mixed portfolio of housing types is something that we can all aspire to. I think that the more diverse our neighborhoods are in terms of what we're living in, who's living in them, enhances our neighborhoods. So while they put themselves out there for design and it leaves a lot for us to want to talk about, this is really just a numbers thing. So hopefully we can all stay focused on that.
Thank you, Andy. I'm not seeing anybody online. I'm not seeing anybody else stepping forward. So why don't we come back to council with any questions further of the applicant or staff and comments about this? Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks. Yeah, appreciate the last comment. I'll say it anyways. But this is a concept plan review, right? So I think there's some complaints about, like, for instance, community outreach. Like we haven't started yet, right? So this is the whole idea of this is coming without a full plan and trying to understand, you know, what the appetite is. And so I think this is a great opportunity to talk about the plan generally and our appetite for pieces of it and to guide this process, right? So as we're trying to do these meetings, it's, you know, like, what can we do to guide the process, because, you know, we're not making any decisions today. So, you know, generally speaking, I like that there's housing. That's something we're needing in our community. Generally, I like that it's a higher density version of housing. Generally, I like that it's infill on a lot that's been, you know, vacant or unused this entire time. I appreciate that there's some idea of a park space in the middle. And the height in and of itself doesn't super bother me along Highway 42. But some of the issues I have, it's a little tough, the historic piece of this. Like, this lot's, I'm going to exaggerate for emphasis, all commercial, half commercial, 20% commercial, no commercial. Like, but that's over a long period of time. And so there is some valid validity to the fact that, I mean, if commercial was the right thing to put there, someone probably would have built it over the last 15 years. So there is some truth that no matter how little commercial we keep putting into this project, it still isn't getting built. That's something. I don't know that's guaranteed. I think certainly I'd actually say in the northeast corner where we have a light and an intersection, like maybe that's a nice spot. And again, I'm really interested in the community's feel of, what you want to finish out that neighborhood and what was envisioned when you bought your homes there and when you plan to be there, and that there's, whether it's a coffee shop or a restaurant or a working area, all those wonderful ideas that we saw in some previous concepts. I think that's important to try to get that in there. And then I also do hear that, gosh, it doesn't, it's really difficult. And you see in Lafayette, mixed use, going in everywhere, and it's a lot of residential moving in and a bunch of vacant office building or first floor commercial, just sitting there vacant. And so you can build it, but you still have to fill it, right? And so we might ask for commercial, and then you get an empty commercial building. So it's tricky. I don't love that it's all tall. I don't like that there's not some diversity in the height, either on the edges a little shorter or, near the single-family stories, some step down. I think we've seen that in previous versions. Like, we'll have like 2-story, the 1-story houses, and then it'll get up to 3-story, and then it'll get up to even the taller ones or step back down. I think some of those stepping up and down, I think, would improve it. It's, right now we're talking about 59 units, and at 59 units, there's no way we could do affordable housing. Best we could do is fee and lieu. So what we would usually say is like, God, what if we let you do like 87 units? Then we can get some affordable housing, right? It's like, no, we're going to do 29 extra units on top of the density we have and provide absolutely zero affordable housing. Like, what? No, like we want to give density to increase affordable housing. So I'm like edging on upset, but I shouldn't be. This is my first opportunity to give that information. But I, for one, if I'm gonna sign off an increased density, the entire point of increased density is to decrease the costs of the units that get built because of their size, and to increase the opportunity for a developer to add real capital A affordable housing into the project. Because gosh, with 60 units, I couldn't do it. But if you gave me 90 units, then I could give you some affordable units. And I'm not seeing that at all here. And again, with 59, you would need to provide 7 units. And with 87, you'd need to provide 11 units. And so it's 29 extra units getting built. I really wish 11 of those could be affordable housing. When we get to the finished product, you'll be looking at Councilperson Dickinson wondering, where's the affordable housing for me to give some allowances for more density and other thing, and height allowances and all those things. I'm looking for that. Neighbors excited to hear, as the process unfolds over time, what they think. And I think that's, I guess the last thing is the builder that you're contemplating doing this with is, a national high-end luxury builder. I might just take a thought at partnering with a local high performing builder that doesn't necessarily make their name in high end, right? That if we want it to be attainable, it can be really high quality. There's difference, right? But we have amazing local builders that can build wonderful homes at a lower cost, I think. But that's maybe a step too far. But I think that that part didn't excite me. If that's part of the proposal that's supposed to be like, this is great, that didn't really do it for me. But yeah, I think that's it for me.
Others? Yes, Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, thanks. I don't have a whole lot to add to that. I obviously share the enthusiasm about the community input process and getting that right. I think early and often is the watchword for community engagement, and making sure those concerns, whatever they are, and I think we've heard some, but probably not all of them tonight, are taken into account. I, like the Mayor Pro Tem, don't have a lot of heartburn over the overall density or the height limit per se, and certainly would be willing to consider additional units if they can be done thoughtfully, and especially if there's a way to sort of do it all and incorporate some of the community benefits and that sort of thing. I'd certainly be willing to consider creative ideas. I personally, just speaking only for myself, don't have a strong view that this needs to have the affordable units, just given the size of it, and I'm sure the challenge of trying to incorporate that, although certainly wouldn't be opposed to it if there's a way to make it pencil, and that's what came back to us. I think you'd certainly have support. So overall, I'm excited to see the housing. I think there's a lot of engagement and stakeholdering and sort of refinement to be done still to make sure that the neighbors are being heard and that this is going to fit in and you're going to be a good neighbor.
Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Some of the things that I think align nicely with our current and future plans in Louisville include the transit-oriented nature you highlighted in RTD stop as well. That aligns with our goals for sustainability, for public transportation, for equity as well. I think I'm interested to hear what the community in the surrounding area thinks about the commercial aspect of this. We've heard a few comments tonight about the desire for it. We've also heard comments about the feasibility of it. And I would suspect that we're all aligned in the fact that we don't want to build shells that aren't filled and successful, right? We see some of that in Old Town Louisville, some empty storefronts, and we don't want a repeat of that in other areas of our community as well. So I'm not wed to the idea of there having to be commercial space if it's not going to be successful and add vitality to that area of town. So I'm interested in how that conversation evolves with the community as well. Unlike some of my council members who have spoken thus far, I do have some concern about the height and density based on some conversations I've had with some individuals in the area and comments tonight. I'm not quite certain it fits with the character of the community. But again, I want to hear more from those who live in the surrounding area, and if there's maybe creative solutions of positioning of that height that could have less of an impact on those individuals currently in those patio homes in the surrounding area. So overall, I'd say it's a good first start. I'm really appreciating this concept plan review process, and I hope the community does as well when they have the opportunity to engage, as I'm certain they will when those opportunities arise in the future.
Thanks. Any other comments? Yes, Councilmember Cooper.
I wanted to start out by picking up a little bit on a couple of comments and on the site plan. So, I understand it's just a preliminary site plan, but there's a lot of green space on the eastern side of it, next to Courtesy Road, and I do kind of wonder about could that green space be shifted around in some way or another? Either, it might be hard to put more in the center. But if it were possible to put some more on the western side, right, it might sort of fit more with the park that's already there. So I don't quite know what the full idea around the setback is from Courtesy Road. I mean, aside from maybe being concerned about noise for people who would be living in these new homes, but I wouldn't think that that much setback would make that much of a difference to the noise that they would get from the cars going by. So I don't know, like, there were comments around providing more of a community space, and I think possibly rearranging some of that green space could be a way to achieve that. More generally speaking, let's see, I would very much echo my fellow council members on engaging with the community as you go forward. I also would very much echo Councillor Dickinson's comments about the affordable housing. I also would really like to see it on site, and I feel very similarly that if we're providing more density, then that should make way for providing the affordable housing on site. What else did I want to say? Also, again, echoing Councillor Dickinson, when I first looked at the site plan, I was a little bit curious about how you had decided, where the townhomes versus the row homes would go. I might have thought that you would pick a somewhat different layout where there was sort of a step up because the townhomes are shorter than the row homes, and maybe the taller ones would go more along Courtesy Road, and the lower ones would go closer to the neighborhood where the heights are lower. So that was just a thought. But generally speaking, I think the amount of density and is all right, and I think the heights could be okay, subject to some of the considerations that I just made. I think that's all for the moment.
Other comments? Councilmember Fahey?
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to agree with what's just been said by my fellow councilors. One idea that I had was if there is commercial put in, it could be on the north end of the property. What is it? Along Pascal, where the bus stop is going to be, and make it just, a coffee shop, a liquor store, someplace to buy a birthday card on your way home, that kind of thing. That would serve the whole surrounding community, not just the one you're building, but the Steel Ranch and Kestrel also would be walking to the little coffee shop in the morning. That would provide a social place for people. Even if you made that a single story with residential above it, that would work. I also am very much in favor of affordable housing. Any way we can get that. I'm also in favor of sustainable housing. So lower the rooftops to 30 feet and then put solar panels on top of them. That would be wonderful. Anything that you can do to make it a comfortable neighborhood place for people to live and interact with their neighbors, the existing neighbors and the new neighbors that are going to be moving in.
Thanks. I've seen this property, as I said before, kind of go from, trying to really push commercial really hard, and we've seen that that's been very difficult. I sort of have mixed feelings about giving that up, but I also, there's the market, and it's a very difficult thing to overcome. I think that's something that would be really terrific to talk to the folks around there, the neighbors. I like the comment of the Mayor Pro Tem about stepping down and not having it. It just looked like kind of the massing was pretty significant, and I don't know, it wasn't terribly appealing. And you do face the problem that you provided a site plan, so it's like we're grabbing onto that a little bit. But I think for me the key to to this, and something we're really trying to emphasize is the neighborhood aspect of it, that you're building a neighborhood, and you're building next to a neighborhood, and you're building across the street from a neighborhood. And there are, I don't want to tell you how to do your outreach, but I think it's useful to get a lot of people's ideas about that, because there have been some builders, and I remember a project on the corner of Baseline and 42, and I remember a particular event. It was an open house, and it was it was one of those where it kind of blew up, mostly because there had been zero community input. But the reason I'm mentioning community input at all is that I think that people in that area can help with educating about what might work there to tie into the neighborhood. So it's not a giant wall that's right next to, the patio homes. I mean, I think that would be a challenge for me. I think what Councilmember Cooperman was saying is very good. The idea of moving the green space over. There's ways to help if you're going to build something like that, or trying to sell that to the community. I think that's one way of potentially doing it. But anyway, I don't have anything more. There was a lot of really good comments, I think, by council, and I hope they've been helpful. There's some time, and I appreciate your coming forward on this. I don't, although we always like, we'd always like the public input process to happen between developers and the communities. This is a process where, you're getting a first chance to hear some public input. And I'm glad that we've had so many people come out and do this, because when we were proposing the concept plan, this is exactly what we had in mind. Like, let's take some, let's ask somebody to be creative, propose something that's going to require zoning or other kinds of changes, and just throw it out there and see what council says and what a first glimpse of it appears, to the community. So anyway, I like the idea of housing. I mean, that's something we're trying to do. The one last thing I would say is I also recognize that sometimes it's not easy to do the affordable housing there, which is why we have fee and lieu, and we can make use of that money in other places. I don't think we want to do that in every single case. We've got reasons why, we've got, justifications for doing it in some cases and not others. But I don't know that I have as strong a view about whether we have to have affordable housing in that place or not. But, I know that we've got places to put a fee in. We've got uses for fees in lieu if we need them. So I think it's a start. I don't know and probably a promising start, but lots more work to be done, and especially given elimination of commercial. I think that's that's something that doesn't go down very easily with this community, having represented them for a long time and seen this gradual ebbing away of commercial. So, if there's any way to preserve that in some way, I think that would be a positive. But anyway, anything else? All right. Thank you very much for participating, all of you, and thanks for staff to doing the shuffling around trying to find stuff for us, because that is really impressive that you could do that. So I think we have concluded that. I don't know that there's any more direction that, we're not really doing a formal direction here, so. All right, next is, it's 8:29, and I need to take a time check. I think we can certainly get through the rest of the agenda tonight, thank you. But I do think we should take a break when we come back about 8:35. I don't know.
But let's start. He knows how to tell time.
He's jabbering with his constits.
You using the lingo on the mic. Yo, yo, yo.
His bannies.
All right, let's do this. You're making good time today.
All right. Excuse me. All right, we're back on for discussion direction on an inclusionary housing update. And I think we're starting with a staff presentation.
Yep, thank you. If I could get, there we go. So good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeff Hurt with Community Development of a very relevant topic for tonight. So the purpose of this item is to seek direction from Council on updates to our inclusionary housing ordinance, we'll call it the IHO. This is on your work plan for 2025, and it is closely aligned with the housing plan recommendations, as you'll see. So the topics I'm going to cover in the presentation are just a reminder, kind of a recap of how our IHO system works, a little bit of the history of how we got to where we are today, recap of the housing plan and what it calls for in terms of the IHO, and then get into the discussion. We've got some questions teed up for you. So the current IHO was adopted in 2021. It does require that of most new residential developments, 12% of the units are set aside as deed restricted affordable. There's targets in there for the specific household incomes. Currently, half of the units, less than 60% area median income, AMI, and then the other portion, less than 80% AMI. There's options for alternative compliance with city council approval, including the fee in lieu. So it's only been 3 or 4 years, but conditions have changed a lot since that 2021 IHO. The housing plan quantified a lot of this with the needs assessment, but housing prices have obviously skyrocketed to near $900,000 now. About 75% of Louisville owner-occupied households could not afford a house in Louisville today. Rent prices have gone up faster than the rest of Boulder County and Louisville, and nearly half of renter households are cost-burdened. Cost burden means they're paying more than 30% of their income toward monthly housing costs. And so the housing plan, you've been hearing a lot about this, but just a reminder, the 3 main goals are essentially to promote and provide more housing options in the community with an emphasis on affordability. There are 2 specific action items from the housing plan related to the IHO, and that's in part why we're here tonight. The first one is to consider height and density bonuses as part of the IHO. And then there's another action item to just more broadly evaluate our IHO, in particular looking at the AMI ranges, sort of like to respond to the current market conditions, which is part of the proposal here tonight as well. Also wanted to highlight, there's a lot of other policies and partnerships that we have ongoing that support this effort in terms of not only the comp plan and the possibility of more housing and the opportunity to use our IHO more. I should mention, I forgot to mention, we have not actually had, since 2021, a development use the IHO. And I think there's a variety of reasons for that we're happy to go into. We don't think it's as a result of the IHO. We think it's a result of land use policies primarily, but happy to talk about that and go into it more. There's lots of other sort of state mandates and partnerships with the county that support us kind of going this direction and fine-tuning our IHO. So under the proposed IHO updates, again, this is for council reaction, for discussion, and for direction, for us to then turn around potentially an ordinance for consideration by Planning Commission and Council. So I'm going to walk through some AMI revisions that we're proposing, updates to the fee in lieu, and then also some incentives that we could bake into the code as relates to the IHO. Whoops. So related to area median income ranges, our proposal is, so as a reminder, the current IHO says that half of the units have to be less than 60% AMI, the other portion less than 80%. Our recommendation is to expand that a bit and delineate by renter and owner occupied units, which is something that's common in other communities. That's how our fee in lieu is actually structured. But our proposal is to keep the 60% AMI and have a graphic here that shows generally what that means on the next slide. But keep the 60% AMI, but have it just be for renter occupied units and have it tied to those. That's something other communities do. But then expand the owner occupied AMI from currently 80% being the cap up to 120%. That's to account for market conditions changing a lot in the last 3 or 4 years. And I'll show this graphic, which is probably hard to read, but so from the housing plan, there's a lot of data about what AMI ranges mean, what the price points are for different AMI ranges, things like that. So this graphic is intended just to kind of show what a typical family, I believe of 4, could afford in Louisville currently. So at 120% AMI, this graphic essentially shows a household makes over $170,000 a year of 4. They're well below the median price for being able to afford a house. So that 120 AMI means a lot different now than it did 3 or 4 years ago in terms of our affordability. Happy to go back to this. This also highlights some of the renter challenges as well. So the proposed updates to, so that was the AMI, proposed updates to the fee in lieu are really just an objective update, not changing our methodology, not changing how we got to the fee originally, but just update the inputs. So the inputs are the median price of a house, median renter price, median incomes, mortgage rates, things like that. And so what's in your packet tonight is basically us inputting those new data points and it producing what the fee would be if we just change that to reflect current market conditions. We see a big jump in the owner-occupied fee from nearly double, from $9 to $17 per square foot. This is in line with other communities in the area, slightly lower than Boulder, slightly higher than Longmont. The rent would go up more modestly to about $5 per square foot for rental units. And so for the incentives, this one's a little bit more nuanced, but it is something that's called for in the housing plan, and we think it's important to consider in terms of making IHO more desirable and things of that nature. So our proposal is to define what projects are eligible for such incentives. So basically projects that go above and beyond the 12% on-site preference. Our proposal is for instead of 12%, 20% or more on-site, you could potentially be eligible for these benefits or these incentives, or to pay potentially a higher fee in lieu. That amount, that increment, we would need to analyze further and see what it is, but that's another option. And so our approach and our thought on this is that, you know, we have the comp plan going on right now. It's like a good sort of like window of opportunity for us to, that's the right sort of forum to talk about where should we have more density, where should buildings potentially be taller. We could tie the IHO to the comp plan in the sense that the comp plan could identify which areas might be appropriate for additional height, additional density in exchange for community benefits. So we're hearing that a lot from the community as part of the comp plan, that if we're going to allow more density, we want something in return. Affordable housing could be one of those benefits. There are other benefits we could talk about, but that's the approach and the idea here that I'll walk through. So as far as the density bonus, again, that would be comp plan defined, and so there could be ranges in the comp plan that say that, you know, this is the maximum we would go to, things like that. Building height bonus would be 1 story or 15 feet, again, in these defined areas. The reduced parking, we have a sort of a modest proposal on the table. We currently require 2 parking spaces for every dwelling unit, multifamily or single family. This proposal would require 1 parking space if it's a deed restricted affordable unit, so it'd be a slight reduction. I will say on this, not to go off on a tangent, but there's a state law that we're going to have to comply with that will actually mandate that we eliminate minimum parking in certain defined areas for multifamily. That would override this, but an incentive like this could be broader than that and allow more flexibility, if that makes sense. So there's lots of other incentives that are sort of part of our core proposal, but are definitely worth consideration. Development fee reduction is one that is called for in the housing plan. That would require some more analysis on our part, but it is something other communities have done, recognizing we have a lot of fees. We have development fees, permit fees, TAP fees, looking for opportunities for reductions for affordable housing units. The land dedication requirement, so there's a requirement in our subdivision code that 15% of the development be set aside for open space. That's something we could look at as potential flexibility there. Development standards we could be flexible on in terms of allowing, you know, smaller lots, less setbacks, things like that. Energy code flexibility is a cost that we hear about, so something to consider. And then also something we've seen other communities do is that they do sometimes provide some flexibility for certain projects that could tend to be naturally more affordable. So an ADU, for example, is going to be a smaller unit. A more higher density multifamily project might by its nature be more affordable because they're smaller units. So not part of the core proposal, but something to consider. And so our next steps on this are to get your direction and potentially draft an ordinance and bring it to Council and Planning Commission. And so the questions that we have teed up in the packet are up on the screen here, but they're essentially sort of line by line. How does Council feel about these potential updates, these refinements as relates to AMI, the fee in lieu, and then the incentives? And then of that list of incentives, or are there other incentives you'd like for us to consider? So with that, that's the end of my presentation. I look forward to the discussion and questions of staff.
Okay, do we have any questions initially? Yeah, Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation and bringing this to us in the thoughtful nature. I was curious about the exhibit that you put on here, 20, I think it is, with the AMI information. It says here that it's from 2023. I know that Boulder County has new 2024 numbers, and they've increased enough to be in consideration, honestly. So I just was curious to know if that's something like you could bring to Planning Commission and us with an updated, when we're looking at this in the long term.
Yes.
Okay, great. That was my question.
Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, thanks. I know Rob talked about this a little bit before, but sort of in general, if we raise the fees on development by, for example, increasing the fee in lieu, should we expect to get more residential development overall or less?
I mean, that's a tough question to answer without doing a really Louisville specific study on that. But I will say that it's an objective look. It's an objective update of our fee schedule, and we're in line with other communities in the region. I don't know. It's obviously going to make development more expensive, a little bit more expensive. But the purpose of that fee is to address the gap between what a unit costs and what a household can afford, and it would give us better ability to fill that gap.
Let me state the question another way. So if we make projects more expensive to build, aren't there some projects at the margin that are no longer going to pencil out for the developer? I mean, if they have to either pay this fee or develop the unit, they're going to say, I'll go build in Firestone, forget it.
I mean, it's a fair question. I mean, Lafayette has an IHO, Longmont certainly does, Boulder does, Superior does. So we're not sort of we're part of that sort of network and system. Yeah, I mean, I don't know the answer to that for sure. I do know, to the point of does the paying the fee in lieu and having an IHO requirement, is the cost passed down to the other units, right? Does it increase the cost of the other units? They have to subsidize them. We have looked at that, and we do think that generally the sort of the local market and the land economics adapt to it. And the city of Denver did a study that kind of said that too. So I think that's probably the most concise answer to your question. Is the local kind of market and land economics tend to adapt to these kind of fee increases.
Do you think just to put a finer point on that, most of the cost comes out of the sort of the person who owns the land before it's sold, that they pay part of it and then maybe the developer eats some of it and the other units probably don't eat much of it?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of things. I think it's the land cost. I think Rob mentioned the design costs that go into it. Sort of there's some engineering that happens to reduce the cost through design. I think it's a variety of factors, but yeah, it's a tough question to answer.
All right, and then I just have a couple more. One is the fee in lieu. The thought is that we take that and then use it to subsidize people to either rent or buy units somewhere.
Yeah, there's an affordable housing fund that goes into. I think we're just starting to collect the first one, actually.
I think it could go into lots of different things. It's calculated to create the delta of what a housing unit would cost for purchase or rent to be affordable at that AMI. So cities typically can use that money to subsidize affordable housing projects that are, done by the housing authority or other developers. They could use that money to actually purchase land and then enter into deals with housing developers as well to help reduce the overall cost. It's rare that they'll actually just take that money and then subsidize somebody's rent or housing costs directly, with those fee in lieu. It's usually trying to go towards a larger development project to provide the affordable housing in the community.
So more likely we would use the fees to sort of develop our own project or participate in some.
I think it'd be participate most likely, yeah.
And so what I want to get to is, and Rob and I talked about this a little bit on Monday, the rental fee in lieu is, something like 3 times less than the ownership fee in lieu. And I mean, I understand how it's calculated on the delta in rent versus the delta in ownership. But if the purpose of that money is to go and sort of construct our own unit in the place of the one we would have gotten, I don't think it's probably 3 times less expensive for us to develop a rental unit than it is, even as part of a broader project, right, than it is to develop an ownership unit.
Yeah, I think it's meant to replicate. So the rent is paying for the rental unit ultimately and, covering the cost of the owner of that unit. So I think it does in a way replicate the cost. There's more of, it's cheaper for somebody to develop and maintain a rental unit than the ownership unit also. So I think it does replicate.
Is it 3 times cheaper?
It's, so I think, I don't know that it's going to be 3 times cheaper for, say, a 4-person household, but a rental unit on average has 1.4 people living in it versus a single-family house that probably has like 2.5 people living in it on average. They're smaller. So I think when you start taking into account the size of the rental units tend to be 1 and 2 bedrooms predominantly versus, multi-bedroom houses, then that's where you also see the decrease, right? So the ownership fee in lieu is for your average ownership unit. Doesn't always have to be detached, but they tend to be larger also. So that accounts for some of the difference.
So I guess it still seems like a big difference to me. And then sort of my other concern with that is if we make it that much less expensive to build rental versus build ownership, I worry we're sending a signal out there like we want lots of rental housing because it's $5 or whatever it is instead of $15.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, this, is intended to be fairly targeted, this update. So I think we, the debate over the methodology and the approach happened, in 2021. And I think we're happy to reopen that discussion. I think our approach here is just to objectively update it. But if we want to have the discussion about the philosophy and the approach behind it, what we're incentivizing, what we're not incentivizing, I think it's a deeper conversation we could do more analysis on. I will say we reached out to Longmont to see, hey, we're structured off of Longmont's methodology. So they have a similar sort of difference between renter and owner fee in lieu. And they have not found, I think theirs has been in place in 2018. Their staff at least told me that they have not found that it makes a difference either way. It's not incentivizing one or the other. Like they're not seeing more rentler coming in because of that fee. For whatever reason, they have it dialed, just right. And our policy intention and their policy intention is not to encourage or discourage either a owner or renter. It's just to objectively look at, again, what's the cost of the unit and where's the gap between the household that can afford it.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. And just on the point about the broader conversation, I mean, I'm for one interested in having that sort of more conceptual conversation about what are we trying to do here and sort of what's the tool set. I'm very interested. I think the flexibility you have is great. Like I would pick all of the above in terms of flexibility options. 'Cause I'm a little skeptical that the tool as designed is giving us the results that we're looking for, and I understand there's other drivers of that as well. But I know this is time for questions, so I'll stop there.
That's fair.
Member Cooperman.
Thanks, Jeff. One sort of little follow-up question. Although we don't actually have any fee in lieu yet, who will administer the fee in lieu? Would it be Boulder County Housing Authority or through our partnership, or do we not know? Or
It's a city affordable housing fund that's been set up, and those funds are administered by us and to be used for affordable housing. I think it's pretty broad in its scope that we can use it for.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask a couple clarifying questions. So in the proposal that you put forward for the AMI ranges, so you have 12% for for sale units for 80 to 120% of AMI. So if someone came to us with a proposal to build for sale units, could they just say, yeah, I'm going to build the affordable ones, they're all going to be at 120% of AMI?
I think we would need to fine tune the specific language, but under this proposal, yes, if they did all owner occupied at all 120% to meet the 12% requirement, yes, they could do that.
Okay. And then under the parking reduction, just want to be sure I'm understanding what you're proposing. So are you saying that, I don't know, I mean, depending on the development, sometimes the parking is attached to a particular unit and other times maybe not. So are we saying that the unit that is going to be affordable will have one space attached to it as opposed to two? Or are we just saying overall you can reduce the amount of parking you have by one space per affordable unit?
That's a good question. So the scenario I have in my mind is the way we calculate parking is you just look at the total unit count usually, right? So if there's 10 units, right now you need 20 parking spaces. So if you had 10 units now and you made 2 of them permanently affordable, then you'd have 18 parking spaces would be required. So we don't assign them to individual units in like a multifamily complex.
Right. Just the way that I read it made it seem like maybe that was somehow attached to the parking reduction was specifically attached to that unit, but.
Yeah, I can understand the confusion.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sure, I'll ask this now, I guess. So, and you brought it up in your presentation. I know I'm interested in trying to understand a little bit more. Whether we think the ordinance has or has not been successful. Right. I mean, obviously we haven't gotten any affordable units under it, and we haven't gotten any fee in lieu under it. But we have had 2 or 3 developments that have come through and have opted to pay the fee in lieu, and none that have come through that have opted to build the affordable units. And not to say that getting the fee in lieu isn't a bad option, but I don't know. I just want to understand a little bit more. Like, is the fee in lieu so low that that's just the obvious option? Or how about in other communities, like where they have had things developed under their inclusionary housing ordinance, have they mostly gotten fee in lieu, or have they found ways to get the affordable units built? I don't know if you can speak to any of those thoughts or questions, but.
I mean, I think that there's some communities that have been really purposeful of that. They really want on-site units, and so they make the fee in lieu crazy high. I think Broomfield does this, for example. We have not gone that route. I will say, there is flexibility within the current IHO. I mean, there's sort of alternate arrangements that can be made with council's approval to address sort of flexibility and good projects and things like that. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I was just going to add, the idea is you always have the preference for integrating it in the development, because that's a better way to have more inclusive neighborhoods rather than having affordable housing projects that are separated here and there around the city. So there's a philosophy of wanting to have it integrated into the neighborhoods, and I think that's a really great philosophy and goal. Talking to some other cities that have more experience with this and have their own housing development, affordable housing development staff, they like the fee in lieu because it provides the city flexibility. They're the types of cities that are bigger cities and do affordable housing developments as part of their, city government operations much more than we do. And I think it's because they think they can achieve more units more efficiently using the fee. So it's a trade-off. And I don't know that one's better than the other. Some housing staff really would rather have the fee for those reasons.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you were kind of alluding to this in your question too, like, why have we not got any units kind of is the core of the question in part, right? And from our perspective, we don't know for sure, but we certainly have, as most of us are aware, land use policies that are not allowing a lot of housing. We think that that's the most tangible reason, in our opinion. But again, we're bringing this to you in anticipation that might change, right, with the comp plan, and so we think it's an opportune time to address it.
And just one small question. I thought that I read somewhere that there's a state requirement that you have a fee in lieu option. Is that true or not?
There's a state requirement for alternative compliance with and the fee in lieu is typically the path to comply, yeah.
Okay.
And I just wanted to add one other thing that Planner Post mentioned is we do have two developments that are in the PUD process that are stating that they do want to build on site. So Delo West and Coal Creek Village both are so far, as far as we know, intending to build on site. Again, those are just early in the planning process.
And I'll just add too that our communication with those groups have been that based on council feedback that we would prefer to see those units on site. And so those should be coming at some point here, but they were submitted after the 2021 adoption. So just to be clear.
Thanks.
Member Tim.
Yeah, I mean, I think I appreciate that this is in front of us. I appreciate the work that you've been doing. I was, it's hard. I was on council when we approved this, and I think I wasn't in love with it then. But I love the intent, and similarly, I opposed and we did not approve a measure to, like if you change a property from commercial to residential, then you have to provide 30% affordable housing. And again, I didn't oppose that because I don't like affordable housing. I oppose that because I don't think someone is capable of building a housing development with 30% affordable housing in it. So it's, for me, just a way to get no building. So, what I don't hear from this council, right, and I mean, you're not supposed to say the quiet things out loud anyway, but what I am not hearing from this council at any point is what can we do to make it so no one can build anything? How high can we make the affordable housing, threshold? How high can we make the fee in lieu so that basically it's all unbuildable? What I hear is like, oh my God, how do we get affordable housing actually built, or how do we get the fee in lieu actually paid? And so I think you guys would point out we've had a couple projects come through that have been approved with a fee in lieu, and maybe we're going to get some of the money soon, but we haven't seen that money yet. Maybe there's some coming with affordable housing built in. That's great, but we haven't seen it quite yet. So it is hard. It's hard to imagine, like, okay, so we've had no success, and maybe that's an exaggeration. If I just wait a year, it's a different story. But my brain, we've had no success, and we're going to increase the fee in lieu. To your point, Dietrich, is like, okay, now we're going to find success, right? But and maybe some of these have come through because these numbers haven't changed in the last 4 years, and so fee in lieu is becoming pretty attractive. And yes, I can build it with that fee in lieu, but if you increase it, maybe I can't. So I think it's a tough nut to crack. But what I understand is, like, to answer my own question, if you look around the state, how does affordable housing get built? And mostly what I'm seeing is it's not with inclusionary zoning. It is with affordable housing projects. So 100% affordable housing project, which may come to us with fee in lieu. It may come to us with money we put aside for that, but it doesn't tend to come, and certainly doesn't come in big numbers, with individual developers saying, yeah, I'm building 50 units and 5 of them will be affordable. And like, cool, we have 5 more units in our whole community, right? It's more like, hey, we're doing 50, they're all affordable because we partner with these 3 entities and the city and 123 money and 1A money and all in like trying to get affordable housing projects. So I think we still need this, because if we don't have this, then a developer comes in like, great, boom, I'm in and I'm building and there's no IHO, right? If we don't have a reasonable fee in lieu, then it's like, yeah, here's your little fee in lieu, and we're going to get the buildings without the affordable housing. So I'm not trying to not get stuff built, but I do think there's a mistake in us doing anything, and it's not being proposed, drastic enough to like get rid of this because it's not working. So I'm just in this really tough spot. It's like, I don't want to get rid of it, but it's not working. And we need to tweak it, but how? So I'll finish my comments with quick answers to those 4 bullet points. The proposed changes in the IHO's area median income ranges, I agree with. And to that point of like, do you need a range if there's a limit? It's like, if you can go 80 to 120, you're saying up to 120. So maybe that's a simpler way of saying it. The proposed fee in lieu increases, actually, I think it's fine. I think they reflect, like you said, there's a way of calculating them, and we just haven't adjusted it. So I'd say, is there a way to just have it adjust over time naturally with data that's out there, as opposed to setting a number? But I think these numbers are fine. The proposed approach and recommendation to provide incentives. Yeah, I mean, development fee reduction is amazing. Parking reduction, I actually thought it was like, if I'm building 100 units and I agree to do 20% affordable housing, which I don't think anyone will do, I only have to do 100 spaces, not 200 spaces. I didn't think it was a reduction per affordable housing space. Does that make sense? No, not a reduction of 20 parking spaces, but a reduction, like this plan is coming through with 100 units, and you can provide 1 parking space per unit if you provide 20% or more affordable housing. That's
all the units.
Much more drastic.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That gets you from 200 units to 100 unit. And like you're saying, in some areas, there's no minimum anyway. So I think I would support a little bit more drastic parking reduction. Yeah, so I mean, those are kind of I think the last thing that isn't in here anywhere, but I think speaks to it is from my rational brain is, my understanding is when you build 100 units and 20 of them are affordable housing units or 12 of them are affordable, they have to be identical basically in every way to the rest, so that we're being like equitable. And I'm getting a big shake and a bunch of nods.
It's comparable. It's identical is probably too strong. I think comparable, in terms of, so you don't want to launch a bunch of basement units, in a market rate development that are considered affordable. You want them to be comparable in design and quality and finishes and square footage and things like that. Not necessarily identical, if I'm getting that right.
Yeah. I think the intent is if.
What's that?
That's why it's not happening.
Right. So what I'll say is that that's one of the problems, right? Is if I'm going to build 80 units that are the kind of units people generally want in this area with, granite countertops and hardwood floors and all this stuff, and I need to provide that same finish as an affordable house, it's crazy to me to think we're going to put in granite countertops, hardwood floors, certain type of knobs, and like, no, Home Depot cabinets are fantastic. Other type of flooring is wonderful. And if you have your own home and you don't make a lot of money, you make those decisions to do less expensive finishes, less expensive faucets, less expensive, all those things, and that makes it affordable. So we have a system that I think you don't want. Hey, we built a really nice house, we built a crap house next to each other, and the crap house is the affordable house. But I'm talking about safety, code needs to be the same, all this stuff. It needs to be a nice home, but the finishes, quantity of windows, like all these things that make it more expensive, bunch of angles, new angle, like, just a simple rectangle is cheaper. So like, I think I don't know that that's not in here, but I think it's a huge issue with creating affordable housing, and you don't have that problem when it's 100% affordable housing build, because they'll all be the same as each other, and so you don't have that same problem. So again, I think we're having trouble replicating that in like the free market design of affordable housing because we're not letting them design it that way.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I mean, I really think from a staff level, we think the issue of what you're terming non-success are land use policies. I really don't think it's the affordable housing piece of it, in my opinion. I'll just say in my opinion. I'm just going to push back a little bit. I think it's really important if you're having inclusionary housing within a neighborhood that you don't build low-quality housing for people that can't afford it. I think it's a really important tenet of true inclusion. A true inclusionary housing is that that everybody living in that neighborhood is living at the same standard. It's subsidized, but you get the same standard. All the fees are intended to be at that. The economics are intended to replicate that. I think it's important for those who are living in the neighborhood not to feel like they're in a unit that is inferior to everybody else in the neighborhood. I think if you want to go that way, I think you should push for fee instead of true inclusionary housing and do exactly what you said and say this, we should just be building, and maybe that's reality, that's going to be more successful as far as getting the numbers up there. It depends on what you want to achieve. If you just want to achieve more number of units versus trying to get units that are more equitable across different income. So I just feel like it's a real important tenet socially of the inclusionary concept.
I think it's fair to, like, I don't know that we get into the level of looking at countertops and things like that when we're reviewing. It's a good example, but like another way to look at it is in the context of the development, like access to amenities and things of that nature. Like there's a pocket park, these folks have the same access to the pocket park, things of that nature. Square footage wise, I use the example of like a garden level basement like unit. Like we don't want all of them to be that. I think that's the other, like, so there's like a middle ground, right, where we can be reasonable about it, but it's a fair point about the cost of construction and all that and the economics of it. So, yeah.
Thank you for bringing that to the conversation, because I guess I didn't realize that was the stipulation, that if you're building these, like, we'll use the example with just Broad Twist, Toll Brothers townhouses, because I'm familiar with their construction, and so now you want them to like have 4 of those be, $250,000 less, and they have to be exactly the same as those other ones that they're offering. That doesn't actually happen, Rob. I'm going to push back a little bit now on you, right? Which is, I'm going to say, like, Cornerstone Development, my neighborhood before the fire, you had huge differences in income. Live across the street from people who have a completely different income than the people who are catty corner. And I'm talking hundreds of thousands of dollars a year versus of income disparity. And if you looked at their homes, you would see really big differences with super expensive stuff and a big expensive addition, right? Versus, you know what? This is what I could afford. I went to Home Depot and I bought the JELD-WIN windows for my replacement. I didn't put brand new, like, solid wood windows in. And that's the reality of the world that we live in. You have mixed neighborhoods with a variety of different incomes, and they happen over time, especially in, I think, older neighborhoods. Look at Old Town. We have people who live among each other. Some people are putting $2 million houses next to somebody who has a house that's been generationally passed down. And you saw this in Old Town Superior. It's one of the reasons you're seeing a lot of those homeowners not come back. I think communities and neighborhoods are best when people who have a variety of different backgrounds and different incomes can live together, can share the parks, can share the access. Their house doesn't have to be the same. There are all kinds of like small houses and big houses in this literally the exact same neighborhood. We talk about like single family, townhouses, condos, all being in the same. Well, why can't the condos be what's more affordable for people? And quite frankly, if somebody is at the 60% AMI, I don't think that they have the expectation that they're going to be living in the 1800 Toll Brothers townhouse. I mean, to be frank, right? I think their expectation is, sweet, I just want to live in that neighborhood because, like, my kids can go to the school and play in the playground and my dog can walk outside and I'm going to have baggies to pick up their poop. That's going to be awesome. And that's where I want my kid living. And it is so great that there's a 2-bedroom town or 2-bedroom condo that, like, my daughter and I can live in together. I No wonder we're not having any inclusionary housing. We're setting a standard so high for these builders. How can they possibly attain that? So basically, you're pushing this initiative, as it's set up, pushes us to say, nope, you don't get to live together. We're going to make it so difficult that we're going to put a place somewhere else in town for you. And that is just not the mentality, I don't think, of this council or the people of the city of Louisville.
Councilmember Hefner.
Thanks. Yeah, I just want to respond briefly, which I think Judy's points are good. To me, this illustrates a couple sort of bigger conceptual issues that I have with the whole notion of this. One is, and this is to Judy's point, of course, the vast, overwhelming majority of affordable housing in Colorado is market rate housing. The number of deed-restricted affordable units in total in the state is vanishingly small, and most of the affordable units are older, smaller units in less desirable locations, on smaller lots, and so forth. And that is where the vast majority of the need for affordable housing is being met, whether we like it or not. The second point it brings up for me is, I think this debate is sort of getting into for me, the underlying problem with this whole concept, which is it requires us to engage in quite a lot of central planning type effort, right? We have to decide who gets to live where and how much money they have to make to live there or not make to live there, what kind of finishes they're going to get, how big the house should be. And I am pretty uncomfortable in most cases engaging in that kind of central planning effort because I don't think we probably know what's best for folks, and that they're most times better served if we let market rate developers go out and develop the products they think folks want and will want to buy, and sort of let the housing market function a little bit better than we're letting it function now. I'm happy to go along with updating this policy, but I think the real action on the housing front is letting housing development happen in a way that we've been unwilling to do for a long time. And I know we're sort of on the cusp of making that change, but I think it would be a mistake for us and for anyone else to pretend that the vast majority of the housing need is ever going to be met through deed-restricted units or other subsidies or the like. The vast majority is always going to be met, at least as long as we live in a sort of capitalist system. It's going to be met through market rate housing, and we should be doing what we can to enable that, which is why I'm concerned a little bit about, substantially increasing the price of development, which I think, I didn't take that much economics, but I think the economics I did take teaches me that when you raise the cost of doing something, you typically get less of it, right? That's sort of the economics 101. And I'm worried that if we go too far down roads like this, we discourage development overall, and we'll end up benefiting benefiting enormously a small number of people who are lucky enough to maybe get to live in one of these units, and burdening a much larger number of people who don't get to live in the units that were never built because we made it too difficult and expensive. And I do want to acknowledge, I know we're all aligned in our efforts around the comp plan and development codes updates and so on to look at that and to address some of that. And I look forward to doing it. I just don't want to lose the forest for the trees here about where the action is.
I had a couple of comments. One is this conversation is frustrating to me, partly because the people who are really needed aren't at the table. I wonder how much, and maybe that's part of the direction. I mean, I think we need to get some idea of what developers and builders are willing to do. What are their answers to this? Now, you may get good answers, you may not. There's some around who do this kind of work who are going to be much better, I think, than we are at telling you that is useless or this is useless. Not the IHO generally, but I'm talking about like the incentives and stuff. I don't know. I feel like we're we're not the right people. I don't have enough information, and it's not a knock on you. You guys have a better sense of what's going on, but you're not people who are building this stuff. And we're also looking at one tool, right? And that's a little frustrating to me too. I am part of a group with the Metro Mayor's Caucus that's looking into housing, and there's a lot of really good ideas, and what they're going to, well, the folks that are doing a lot of this are going to do is to try to put together a little toolkit. But what I've learned in that kind of blast of knowledge from them is a lot of this has to do with the funding stack that you get to try to build this stuff. There's they were a lot more enthusiastic about private sector coming to the table and doing this. Now, it's easier when you have a lot of hotels that aren't performing and you could turn into affordable housing. We don't have that. But it's a good deal more complicated, I think, than what I used to think, which is, gee, we have these inclusionary housing rules, and that's the reason things aren't being built, because I think it's more complicated than that. But I think the answers are more complicated than that. I wonder, we've talked about this for 45 minutes, and I'm not feeling like we've gotten you answers yet, and I'm not sure we're not just chasing our tails. Go ahead.
I was just going to, on the point of sort of engagement, I did want to remind folks that with the housing plan, there was extensive, there was some broad community engagement, but there was a lot of focused engagement with developers and the development community. And so the recommendations in the housing plan are based on those discussions in part. Certainly, the development community didn't say, yes, we want to raise fees, but the incentives is what I wanted to highlight in terms of what's the most effective. And so that, in terms of the parking and the density and the height and the other list of items, that is very much something that the development community told us as part of that process, that does help, and that's the reason we brought it forward. So.
One of the things I just realized in all this, my question was really, how much have you done any work with the builder community, with the development community on these things right now or up to now? And is that something that can be done between now and a first reading of a revision?
We could certainly revisit the conversations, that were had, a year and a half ago. But there's pretty explicit comments from the development community, like back to the incentives. Like, these are the types of incentives that could or would work. The parking. So there was a development, not to get too in the weeds, but there was a development feasibility analysis done with the housing plan that kind of looked at what the best levers are in terms of pro formas and things like that. I think the parking reduction was actually the biggest one, but the density and the height were certainly big ones too. So we'd be happy to revisit in those conversations with a more tangible proposal on the table, though.
What we probably ought to do is take some public comment, because that's something we haven't done yet. Why don't we do that? Then we can come back to council discussion. We've kind of moved in that direction. We do.
Mark Cathcart.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, and Deputy City Manager. I'd like to start by apologising for my rant earlier. It's incredibly difficult sitting here screaming into the void, not being able to see the clock, and trying to get important remarks done in 3 minutes. For my part, and I do recognise Director Zaccaro's observations. I grew up in what I think you would recognise as the projects. My father was fortunate enough to get a job that was funded by the US Marshall Plan after the end of the Second World War, and with his job came a house. And that's where I grew up. All the houses were the same. They were all built the same. They were row houses, hundreds of them. They were all the same inside. Director Zaccaro's observations are, I think, very sensitive, but the people that live in those houses still know, even if they're built the same, they would still know and understand that their houses are not the same, right? We knew when the kids from the other side of town, it wasn't the railroad tracks in the UK, it was the other side of town. We knew that they had single family detached homes with bigger space, bigger gardens and everything else. That didn't make us feel less proud of the homes that we lived in, because as kids, you understand the sacrifices your parents make. So I would encourage the City Council to continue to find a way to do affordable and inclusionary housing on site rather than in their own quote unquote ghettos. I think people appreciate that, they appreciate the opportunity, and it does make for better neighborhoods. I mean, where I live now in North End, as you know, it would be wrong to assume that we all make the same amount of money. That doesn't make us bad neighbors, right? There are lots of people here that earn less, that are older, that have young families, and that have very different needs. The internal fittings in our houses are similar. In fact, almost every one of us had the same lights over the island. That didn't make us better or worse people. So I would still encourage you to look for a way, and I don't envy you trying to find it, but I would encourage you to do your best to find a way to look for inclusionary housing on site. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Mark. Any other public comment?
Andy?
Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Okay, Andy Johnson, Louisville. This discussion is probably one of the better discussions that I've heard on this topic in a long time. I think fierce conversations between staff and council, whether you agree or not, is so important and so missing from our landscape over the last few decades. So thank you, and thank you. The comments have been really great. I think, first of all, I'm very proud of our housing plan. I think staff led the consultants, and with your help, it is really an amazing document. And I think that leaning on that, leaning on the comp plan and reconsidering the inclusionary housing ordinance, I think the direction that you guys have taken, staff, is spot on. All these questions, all these discussions just lead us to throw our hands up in the air and say, we don't know what we're doing, and we don't. And you're right, Mayor, we are not the right people to answer these questions. The first couple questions that you've been asked to answer, I think, are pretty easy ones. It's the bottom one that you need to focus on. The bottom one, it's not about what incentives can we create for affordable housing. It's what are the obstacles? We're not talking about the obstacles. We've talked about zoning. We're not talking about the inherent racist and exclusionary background of zoning. And I don't mean to sound like a crackpot, but that is the basis of our zoning. And we are working with old code. We have to update this. We have so many things in the way. Parking. Parking should never be minimum. Parking should be a maximum. Parking should be set to the market, not to what we think is order. We need intelligence, not order. As an architect, I'm working on a project a 25-unit project in Longmont. It is technically a middle housing project, so this is 100 AMI to 120 AMI for 22 of the units. 3 of them are meeting the the 12% inclusionary housing ordinance, we are getting 25% off tap fees. We are having reductions on our raw water deficit costs, all sorts of things that are incentives, are good things to talk about, and we're doing it without federal subsidies or anything like that. It is doable, but it is really hard. Trust me, if you could make money at it, we would be doing this. It is a very difficult topic, and please, I know I'm at my 3 minutes. Look, no one here is reading pro formas for developers. No one is getting that information. You are not walking a mile in the shoes of a developer. It is not the inclusionary housing fee that gets in the way. It's all of our fees. It is all the costs. It is the financing. It is so much. And if you don't look at a pro forma, if you don't look at a developer's way of making a project real and the creativity that actually goes into that, you're missing everything. So please, please take that time, figure out who you can connect with, and learn more about that process. Thank you. I'm so sorry I went over my 3 minutes.
I appreciate that. Those are good thoughts. I can't help it in sort of throwing my hands up a little bit. I think we can reach a direction on some of these. Whoop. What's the matter? But I also think that I can't help but think that having a study session on the issue might help us and have more of the kind of roundtable discussion with people who have a different angles on this, because I'm kind of haunted a little bit by Councilmember Hefner's comment early on, which is, gee, maybe we haven't really figured out what exactly we want, and I don't know how much we revisit in order to get to a place where we have a consensus about what we're looking for here. And it's beyond the scope of just inclusionary housing. But, I want to be able to, when we go forward in the comp plan discussions, in just even in this discussion, that we have some both additional information as well as a good coherent path forward, because we're going to be right in the middle of this very soon with the public on comp plan, and then we're going to be right into it as we're changing our land use code. So anyway, other comments? When we go back to the questions, if you'd like. Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a complex problem to be solved. We've talked about how zoning plays into this. We've talked about how this ordinance plays into our housing crisis. From my perspective and what I've heard in the community, there's a desire for both, trying to solve this with some of the, shall I say, scale that our Mayor Pro Tem was talking about earlier, the benefits of that in achieving our goal. But I also think the community wants to have the middle school teacher, the cashier, and the aerospace engineer live next door to them as well. And so I think there is a place for this document. Looking at the bullet points you have here and the feedback that you're hoping to gather tonight, some of the suggestions I'm a little bit more hesitant on to be in the menu or on the menu. So for example, reducing the public land dedication, the energy code things, like those just make me pause. But, some other things I would say, be creative. What are developers going to come to the table with? Are they going to say, You know, I could give you, I'm making these numbers up, $500,000 to meet my percentage that I need for the fee in lieu, or there's actually a lot over on Lafarge that's for sale for $440 right now, and I can scoop that up for you, work with Boulder County Housing Authority to get a deed restriction, and like boom, 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 let's get, you know, a project going right now. So like thinking really, really creatively, even with ADUs coming down the pipeline, like can we somehow leverage that to help meet these goals of, I don't even know, but I feel like there's something there to be really, really creative. And I'll give staff, you know, the opportunity to come to the table with these sorts of things so we can begin to attack this problem that we have here in the community. Yeah, I'd like, are we engaging with Boulder County Housing Authority? With like, I feel like this is similar to the open space funds for acquisition. It's like you start this fund and you have this money, but it takes a while to get to the point where you can create action from it. So like, how are we working with them to be able to match and pivot really quickly when an opportunity arises?
Right, yeah, we do have regular meetings with them and talk about different opportunities, both from the state funding and how the city could maybe participate. The thing with the Boulder County Housing Authority is that they have very limited resources. They can't do 5 projects at a time, just as an example, right? They can only maybe do a couple projects at a time based on the resources that they're given. But we are actively working with them on opportunities in Louisville, hopefully in the future, to try to answer your question.
Yeah, and the last thing I'll add to that is, you know, maybe when for land acquisition, you know, our board has identified opportunities in the community. Could there be similar targets in the community? Like there's I think a 4-plex for sale in town right now. And is Boulder County Housing Authority interested in that? You know, just off the wall ideas of how we can get creative in our solutions.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so just responding to a comment from earlier, but you know, I've talked to probably no less than 6 developers about this topic, and I think what I hear from all of them is it's absolutely not one thing. So a 12% mandate doesn't do it. Like neat. A density bonus doesn't do it. No, none of these things like really move the needle. But what they've all said is all of it would, or a combination of a lot of it would. So, you know, if you're mandating it, that's pretty important because I know I have to do it. But if I can have a height waiver, and because it's a lot cheaper to build up, if I can have a density, you know, increased density, if I can have decreased parking, if I can have more lot coverage, if I can have some fees waived, if I can get expedited review, time is absolutely money. So if you want affordable housing, roll all of those things out for affordable housing, and you're going to more likely get it. And so what I might suggest is that if we want it on site, because I've heard that a lot, that it would be great to have it just be a part of a project and people are building this for us as part of their project, is to say, you know, there's a fee in lieu of $17, $5. We prefer that the affordable housing happen on site. And if your affordable housing is on site, boom, 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 boom. You can do all of these things, and it's a whole suite of things that get to happen for you by putting 12% affordable housing on site instead of as a fee in lieu. And maybe that suite of options moves the needle for a developer or two. And it sounds like we have a couple developers, which, you know, I always feel bad for staff, like, you know, things we don't know, and you're like, God, if they knew everything we were talking about. But if we already have a couple of people coming through that are really close and are trying to do it on site, a few more little pieces here that are not selling the farm. We're not saying 10-story buildings, right? We're just trying to increase everything a little bit and speed it up and reduce some prices. I do actually think we have spoken to a lot of those developers. I think we do have a good idea of what a lot of them do need to get over that threshold. I think we need to be more aggressive with it. And so I like a lot of these ideas, and I'd like to see us, that last piece of making it like contingent on-site creation of that affordable housing might be where, cause it's like, well, if they have to go to 20% to do it, we've kind of ruined it while we're doing it. Like, to get the incentive, you have to do more. It's like, but that was the whole problem. They couldn't do the 12. So maybe keep it at 12 and have these incentives anyway.
Other comments? Yeah, Councilmember Kern.
I like that. That's exactly what I was thinking too, that let's, instead of just offering one person one thing, or if somebody's coming to us and saying, we can kind of get there, but this is what we have money, right, that we set aside for housing. Would this be one of the, I mean, it doesn't have to just like, you put it up there and you get X number of dollars, but would that be one of the good ways for us to say, we can use that money to pay your tap fees, to help make it affordable for you to get us that inclusionary housing, on-site inclusionary housing, right? Not in fee and lieu. We're going to give you money if you're close and you'll make it happen, because it is important to the community. And maybe we talk about the fact that, you know, I think I've heard one term, it's called like a micro townhouse. It's like a little 2-bedroom in with like big townhouses, right? And so what's affordable? The big townhouse? Well, if I've got $400,000 to spend, I'm probably not going to buy the big one, but I'd be looking at buying the little one. And maybe that's one of the things that we're doing is we're saying, hey, guess what? We're going to help make those even more affordable so that you're hitting those AMI numbers for us, for those. And that's the kind of, I mean, that's the kind of creative thinking that if the developers knew yet you could offer to them that we would say yes to, I think that's how we not prevent housing, but get the housing, versus holding all of this cash for like what may or may not be. Instead, let's see if there's ways to bring it to the table with, you know, I mean, maybe the people that are willing to already do these programs say, tell you what, I'll give you guys three more units if you can help me out with some of that. If you can help, if you'll incentivize this, well, wouldn't that be kind of nice that we've already got some programs in the pipeline, projects coming, and they're going to do more if we help them out? So I even see we don't even have to wait for the next project. We could do projects that you guys already know about. So I'm in full agreement. Let's open the tap for the incentives to do the on-site inclusionary.
Councilmember Cooper.
Just to pick up on some of that conversation, you know, when I read through the staff report, I was also concerned, like, you know, as Councilor Dickinson said, you know, we're saying, okay, we'll give you these incentives if you give us 20% inclusionary housing, and I was concerned, you know, is the problem that already at 12%, the developers need these incentives to make that happen. So I would be a little bit curious about staff's reasoning for the, you know, for 20%, and also, you know, whether you think that, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll start, and Jeff can weigh in. So when we hired our housing consultant that did the housing plan, we had this in mind. We didn't want to create an incentive that wasn't market supported, so we asked them to do a financial pro forma analysis to try to say, okay, if you do this percent or this, could it be supported? Based on their analysis, they have expertise in this, and they came back and said, yes, you could do this with these incentives. It should still work. That's, you know, that it's an imperfect system. You know, there's definitely testimony that there's no reason not to believe that these are difficult things. That was a year and a half ago. There's still crazy inflationary, you know, pressures and other things that could be affecting that. We don't know if 20% is right, I guess is what I'm trying to say. You know, we could do some additional study on the percentage, but like everybody noted, you know, we probably don't have that expertise. We'd have to just ask the development community. I am curious, I mean, there was some discussion about taking our incentive, not going to the 20%, keeping the 12% and create the incentive package for on-site versus fee. And I'm curious if there's some council consensus on that. That would be good staff direction for moving forward, because I'm sensing there might be some consensus, but I don't know.
I don't think that's unanimous, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't. I had a comment. I didn't. So, but you might like my comment. You might like my comment. I don't know. We'll see. My comment is just like if we can get comfortable with expedited review and reduced parking and so forth, we should be offering it to every single project, not just the ones who are doing this. Like if there are things we can do to make our development review process better, we should do them. And the incentive piece is fine too. To me, that makes more sense in terms of height waivers and stuff we might not otherwise do. But as far as development review stuff goes, it would be frustrating to me to say, well, we can make our process much better, but we just won't do it for most projects.
I mean, I think that there's no question that staff is going to be doing a whole bunch to try to make the process better for everybody. That's part of the, I couldn't help but think in some of the earlier discussions, you guys are doing some gymnastics around what the rules are. And I'm thinking, gosh, this is exactly why you need to sort of carve out the stuff that's getting in the way of easier decision making. But if this is something important and things that are important are useful to incentivize. I mean, if you're saying there shouldn't be an incentive for affordable housing, then that's a different issue. I mean, if you want to say, but I think if you're trying to get affordable housing, trying to provide some incentives makes a lot of sense, because otherwise it may not get done. It may require every one of those incentives or almost all of them. I'm uncomfortable with a couple of them, pretty much the same ones that Councilmember Hamilton was. But anyway, I don't have too much heartburn over giving additional incentives. I think they have only a certain amount of bandwidth, and if the process is otherwise efficient, providing an incentive seems like a good idea if you're trying to get a certain result.
So, I mean, I think I agree sort of in the abstract. And, look, if we're going to do this, I'm happy to mostly have it be incentives and not as much on the mandate side. I thought Andy had a good comment that the thing we're trying to address here is, our long history and everybody else's long history of exclusionary zoning, which we still have. For all the merits of the comp plan proposal we saw, it didn't do anything about most of our residential zoning. Right? It proposed basically to exclude residential zoning from consideration in the vast majority of the city. And to the extent the exclusionary zoning stuff is what we're trying to get at by doing something called inclusionary, I struggle conceptually with a lot of the pieces of this. And if there's development review stuff we can do for these projects, great. But let's try and find a way to do it for other projects too, and not send them to 16 boards and commissions and wait 2 years to get their approvals.
I just wanted to say really quick, I think we could have emphasized more, and I think council's alluding to the fact that recognition, this is one piece of a whole package of things that need to be done. And so, we can expand the scope of this to be more comprehensive, and that's the prudent thing to do, certainly. But keep in mind, the comp plan is an important piece of this. We're looking for residential opportunities. That's one piece. The development code, you all have mentioned, that will be an opportunity to more holistically revisit our whole development review process. The state is mandating that we expedite development review. In some cases, we're going to have to comply with that. So there is a comprehensive package that we probably could have articulated better. This is part of, but I think it's important to be mindful of, I hesitate to use the word scope creep, but be mindful of, this is one lane and we're not trying to solve all the problems. We're trying to keep it sort of targeted. That's a consideration for council to weigh in on in terms of staff time and resources and how long it takes to get this stuff done.
One question that I have is timing of all this, right? Because we're doing this in February. We're working on the comp plan. The comp plan's going to be, we hope, ready and votable in June, or vote ready in June. how quickly do we need to decide this? What is the, what's your sense of the urgency of answering these questions right now?
I mean, it's a lot of speculation, and Rob, you can certainly weigh in, but if you project forward that comp plan gets adopted, say in July, and then we have a policy foundation that supports PUDs coming in, asking for residential in places whereas they currently weren't before, depending how quickly develop. If we want to do something aggressive and concurrently with that, do city-initiated rezonings, I mean, we're not proposing that necessarily, but it's an option. Depends on how aggressive we want to be and how aggressive so anyway, shortly after that, I mean, starting in the fall, we could start to see applications in that say, hey, your comp plan says this, but that would still be ahead of the development code update, which is the more sort of comprehensive bucket to address all of this. So it could be as soon as the fall of this year, I would say that we would start, but please, that's speculation.
And I would just say that, I mean, the whole reason we initiated this and the whole reason it's in the housing plan is to try to make it actually more attractive to the development community. That's the purpose of actually doing this. We also want to get the fair amounts back, right? So by increasing the percentage of the AMI, we think that's going to be easier for the developers to meet, right? So I think if we don't take action on this, we're stuck with the code that we have. We're not providing density incentives. We're not changing the AMIs to that might be attractive to some developers. So we're missing out. I don't know that any of that's fatal, but if we want to not take action, there's nothing that says we have to take action on this ordinance right now. We could just leave it as is, or we could try to improve it and create incentives to attract more development, which is what we're intending to do.
And I wasn't suggesting not making the decision indefinitely. I was more trying to line various things up. Do we do this before the comp plan is finalized? It sounds like yes. Maybe the earlier the better, so that people start thinking about these incentives right now. We have had some, we've had interest. We approved 2 projects back in, October. And so I'm all for that. I was just interested as a general matter. We should try to get any more direction that we can, more direction on, I think we've talked about incentives pretty well so far. So I don't know that question still remains to be answered unless you think it does.
So I think we proposed a package of incentives, and then we had kind of a list of additional ones that could be considered. And so I think that there's been a lot of discussion about the pros and cons of it, but I'm not sure if council has a consensus on the staff proposed package or adding or deleting from that list. That might be helpful as far as really specific, or we can continue to explore and study them with the Planning Commission, and we can come back with the Planning Commission's recommendations as well.
I don't think we need to do that. I think we could probably go through and talk about that package and suggest the ones that it's more the ones that I think we don't want, because most of them are just fine, but.
Yeah, I think we're in pretty strong agreement, because I saw, what Barbara said, the open space or the
designation,
public land designation, and any environmental standards weren't super exciting to us. With our current code, I think if we had a net zero code, then I might think we should offer some. But with our current code, I think I wouldn't go any further. So otherwise, but I liked pretty much every other thing, and it kind of felt like people were in a similar
That
vein.
was my sense, but what? Thumbs up?
Question.
Yes, Councilman Brewer.
So we say 12% inclusionary housing, and that's number of units versus a total square footage. And is that part of what's preventing maybe the flexibility from these developers if we said it's a 12% square footage instead of number of units? don't know. I'm just curious. I mean, we're talking about modifying this. I'd love to know. Sorry, Chris, but I mean, it's part of the whole conversation. When everybody else is talking and asking questions, I bring up something, and I feel like it's like, oh God, sorry that I brought it up. I don't like that. So I'm curious. Is there a reason why it is the number of units instead of square footage? This may be going back to a conversation from 2021. I know I wasn't here for that conversation, and probably half the council wasn't.
So I think if that's to that question, again, and I'm not trying to continue to argue this point, I think there were some great points made about the different types of units and finishes on units, but I think it's a percentage so that you get, it's in the spirit of you're creating generally the same types of units within the subdivision. And so, a lot of subdivisions don't just have one product too. So if you have 3 different products in a subdivision, you have to have 12% of each of those 3 products too. So you can still have a stratification of product type in a neighborhood to accommodate some of the things that you were all talking about. It doesn't always happen that way. But I think that's why it's a percentage instead of a square footage, is to try to get that similar stratification and types of units regardless of your income.
So that makes sense why you talked about the land use, meaning if we allowed for multifamily housing, large units, or a large building with lots of units, it's more likely that people will comply with the 12%. Because you were saying that it's you saw the biggest struggle being land use.
I think the struggle for getting housing and affordable housing is that we don't have zoning that supports it. I think to talk about what do developers want, what we hear all the time is predictability in our process. And so by having policies and zoning that doesn't have predictability for somebody to come in, to me, I've heard that's the most important thing. A developer needs to know that they're not going to be part of a subjective process when they get to city council or anywhere along the way, and they know that their big investment in bringing that development forward is going to be fruitful and it's not going to get overturned. I think that's what we hear a lot. So I think there's a place for discretionary review, and the less we have, the more incentive we have for developers to come in with projects.
Are ADUs one of your lists? I'm just looking at potential other incentives. I thought you had mentioned before, like something about the ADU thing. I just didn't see it in that list. Did you?
Yeah, the possible incentive is that certain unit types would not count toward the 12%. So if you had a development of, a bunch of studio apartments or an ADU, by their nature, they'd be naturally more affordable. Therefore, you wouldn't have to, that wouldn't count toward the 12%, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's how we're looking at doing it. Okay, that sounds interesting, actually. I was thinking of the project with the 3 new houses by Miners Field and how cool that would be, because it looks like they're going to do detached garages. If those were ADUs overhead and there was some way like they knew we could incentivize that for them, I thought that would be a kind of an interesting piece to have in here.
Yeah, the part where it talks about ADUs, at least in the staff report, is page 145. It's like page 4 of the staff report. It's included in a mix of things under the category inclusionary housing flexibility, I think, for what it's worth. Anything else, Councilmember? Yeah.
Can I just take a shot at the ones that I think we all agree on? I think it's density, building height, reduced parking, development fee reduction, development standards, and inclusionary housing flexibility, which excludes energy code and public land dedication. Is that I just want to see if that's a consensus. That's what I would support.
Yeah, I think that's where we are. Does that help?
And that we're still sticking to the 20%.
No, 20.
To go in, so here's my question is this just to stay at the 12% on site, or is it if you go up from 12 to 20, you get these incentives?
I like 12% on site.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, and we as staff, just to be clear, our concept was if you exceed the minimum but we're very open and supportive of that direction too.
I think the point that was made is like we're just trying to get something done, at all. and starting it at the 12% would be, I think, a good start. I mean, we may find, you know, that you're asking, do we want to change this now? We may want to change it again. If we have
So I think
different-
with that clarification, we have good direction on the incentive package as well as the other adjustments. So that's
Yeah.
great, yeah.
And to be clear, as the person who recommended it, what the nut that it cracked for me is how can you incentivize the bare minimum?
Yeah.
Like like we're stuck. Like, oh, we can incentivize on site instead of fee and lieu. So that's how you can incentivize your minimum standards, is by giving those incentives for on site. So that was how I felt like kind of splitting the hair.
Yes, Councilmember Cooper.
Thanks. I very much agree, generally speaking. I mean, I might also be interested in, you know, like having some kind of tiered thing where we say, like, we'll give you these additional incentives if you do 15 or something like that. You know, just to try to make, you know, to make some kind of reach option, essentially. But one that is still, you know, hopefully feasible. And then I just wanted to make one other comment about the other questions that you had for us. In particular, the modifications to the AMI. I don't know. I'm a little bit hesitant about those. I feel like my gut feeling is that, you know, we're saying, you know, we're kind of saying, well, if you're going to be renting, you know, then the only option is that you are meeting 60% of AMI. And then for sale units, we're kind of saying, well, if you make less money, you know, you're kind of out of luck with our inclusionary housing ordinance. So I feel like we're not attempting to serve certain ranges of AMI, which I would kind of like us to find some way to maybe serve other ranges of AMI. And I feel like to some extent the existing AMI ranges do that a little bit better. One thought I had is that maybe that's kind of part of the tiering, like where there's a little bit of adjustment to what AMI ranges we're serving based on how much incentive we're giving. So, thanks.
Imagine if you make 121% of AMI. You should make less money.
I agree with you on that. Councilmember Cooper. Yeah. All right. I think we've got some discussion and now some direction. Hopefully you feel the direction. All right. City Attorney's report.
I have no report. Thank you.
Identification of future agenda items. None right now? Okay. Can we get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.